Chapter 511, The Last Horcrux. Destroyed! Who are you? Why are you lurking around here? At the entrance of Marian Orphanage, the security guard eyed the suspicious middle-aged man in black robes with wariness. His gaze inevitably drifted to the child cradled in the man's arms, prompting him to instinctively reach for his baton. The man's gaunt, almost coffin-like face, paired with his sinister expression, did little to reassure anyone of his intentions. And the sight of a baby in his arms only added layers of concern to the security guard's mind, conjuring various alarming scenarios. "I'm here to see Lady Marian. I've been informed she's present." Snape's voice was deep, laced with a reluctance that betrayed his disdain for engaging with any Muggle. Despite his general prejudice against Muggles and those of Muggle descent, a bias rooted in his childhood, there were exceptions. Lily had been one, and now, Mrs. Marian, who had long been a caretaker for little Lily, had earned his complete trust. "Are you looking for the headmistress?" The guard's suspicion lingered, though his tone softened slightly. "Paul, it's all right. I know him. He's not a threat," Mrs. Marian's voice floated from the doorway, having observed the exchange from the yard. Her intervention shifted the guard's suspicion to disdain, mistaking Snape for a neglectful father. "Professor Snape, what brings you here in such a state? Is there something you need?" Mrs. Marian inquired, her concern evident. Snape's disheveled appearance, marked by the dust and grime of recent battles, made him look particularly downtrodden. I'm all right. It's just that I've been preoccupied with urgent matters recently, and I might not be able to return for an extended period. Would you mind looking after little Lily for a while longer?" Snape's request came hesitantly, his usual composure faltering. "Of course," Mrs. Marian assured him as she took little Lily into her arms, casting Snape a meaningful look before adding, "But you must also take care of yourself. I've seen too many children grow up without their parents. I don't want little Lily to lose her father as well." Snape was taken aback by her insight. He hadn't expected an ordinary Muggle woman to perceive the gravity of his situation. Had his facade been that transparent? Such a lapse could be catastrophic for a double agent. "Don't be astonished, Professor Snape. Your love for little Lily is evident. Only a dire predicament could compel you to part with her," Mrs. Marian observed softly. After a moment of silence, Snape offered a piece of gold to Mrs. Marian. "Please, accept this as my gratitude." He then turned to leave, pausing only to assure, "I'll return, without fail." Casting one last reluctant glance at the peacefully sleeping Lily, Snape departed from Marian Orphanage, not daring to look back. Meanwhile, in Godric's Valley, Blake was engrossed in preparations to tame the obscurus within Rebecca. The arrival of Sirius at his doorstep necessitated a brief pause in his endeavors. "I'm utterly to blame. If only I hadn't spent the night out with Amelia. Had I stayed with Harry, he wouldn't have fallen under a curse." Sirius was immediately consumed by guilt upon their meeting, burdening himself with the weight of responsibility. Blake understood that Harry must have confided in his godfather about the potential curse. Sirius's confusion was palpable, even leading him to inadvertently disclose his whereabouts the previous night. "It's not your fault, Sirius. In truth, Harry hasn't been cursed," Blake reassured him, seeking to alleviate his distress. Sirius's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? So Harry is all right? Was this all just a misunderstanding? Between you and Harry?" Blake paused, choosing his words carefully. "The curse is indeed a fabrication, but Harry is not all right." "What do you mean?" Sirius asked, confusion and concern lacing his voice. "It's actually worse than that," Blake continued, his tone grave. "What happened to Harry?" The urgency in Sirius's voice was palpable. "You're familiar with what a Horcrux is, correct?" Blake inquired. "Of course," Sirius responded without hesitation. "Professor Dumbledore and I have discovered that Harry himself is a Horcrux," Blake revealed, his voice steady despite the bombshell. What did you say? Harry is a person, a living being. How can he possibly be a Horcrux?" Sirius's voice rose in disbelief and horror, but Blake had anticipated this reaction and had wisely cast a soundproofing charm earlier. Observing Sirius's distress, Blake sighed, his conscience weighing heavily on him as he explained the circumstances that led to Harry becoming a Horcrux. "How could this have happened? If we wish to defeat Voldemort once and for all, does that mean we have to kill Harry first?" Oh my God, how could this be? Sirius was overcome with grief, struggling to accept the grim reality. Blake, once again feeling the weight of his conscience, reassured him. Don't worry, I've found a solution. Harry will be all right. Is that true? You're not lying to me. You're not planning to harm Harry in secret, are you? Sirius's voice trembled with a mix of hope and fear. Calm down, Blake commanded, his voice imbued with a trace of ancient magic that instantly soothed Sirius. When have I ever made a promise I didn't keep? I have a way to save Harry. Relief washed over Sirius, transforming his despair into hope. Of course I believe you, but what exactly are you planning to do? I'll handle it, Blake stated confidently. In a swift motion, he touched Sirius's forehead, and a translucent figure emerged from Sirius's body. Sirius watched in astonishment as his soul was momentarily separated from his body, only to be returned seconds later by Blake's skilled hand. Do you understand now? Blake asked, his tone calm. I understand. Merlin's beard. You possess such abilities. This is the first time I've seen my body from my soul's perspective. Sirius exclaimed, amazed. Didn't you know? I can summon souls and have some knowledge of soul magic. It's similar to the treatment I provided for the Longbottoms, extracting the soul to mend it. It's not overly complicated, Blake explained, picking up his quill to resume his work. Sirius, realizing he was interrupting, smiled sheepishly. It seems I'm in your way. So, when will you start treating Harry? Had you not arrived, I might have already been on my way, Blake replied, his voice devoid of irritation. Sirius's heart sank with guilt. I'm sorry. I'll wait here for you. He took a seat quietly, careful not to disturb Blake further. Blake didn't dismiss him, but instead continued with his work. When he finally closed his notebook and stood up, he found Sirius asleep in the chair, clearly exhausted from the previous night's worries. Blake coughed gently to wake Sirius, who stirred from his slumber. Oh, are you ready to go? Indeed. Would you like to accompany me? Blake asked. Absolutely, Sirius responded eagerly. Very well. Professor Dumbledore will also join us as he's concerned. However, to avoid alarming Harry, let's agree to tell him this is merely a minor curse, Blake suggested. I understand, but may I ask, will this treatment have any side effects for Harry? Sirius inquired, his concern for Harry's well-being evident. Blake pondered for a moment before answering. He will lose his ability to speak Parseltongue. That's the only after-effect. Is that all? Sirius asked, visibly relieved. Yes, that's it. Losing that particular talent is a small price to pay for his safety, Blake assured him. Sirius nodded, content with the explanation. The group then made their way to Sirius's home, where Harry and Dumbledore were already waiting. Blake led Harry to a specially prepared room, asking Dumbledore and Sirius to wait outside. Please, stay here. The soul is incredibly fragile and requires my full concentration, Blake explained before entering the room, leaving Dumbledore and Sirius to wait anxiously outside. Sirius, poised to follow, was about to protest his silence when Bolito intervened. Dumbledore, with a grave tone, entrusted the task to Blake. Then leave it to you, Blake. Acknowledging with a nod, Blake closed the door behind him, leaving Sirius with no choice but to reluctantly sit by the door, assuming the role of a guard. Inside the room, Blake's approach was gentle. Relax, lie down first, and then close your eyes, he instructed Harry, who complied, lying down and closing his eyes, only to be swiftly overtaken by dizziness and unconsciousness. Blake, with practiced ease, stowed his wand, having used a stunning charm, and proceeded to extract Harry's soul from his body. Harry's soul, now in a state of deep slumber, floated aimlessly, revealing a dark aura at the sight of his infamous scar. Blake then summoned a lich, significantly more powerful than before, and commanded it, Go, devour your brother. After that, I will take you to the Dementor gathering place for a full meal. He issued a stern warning against harming Harry's soul, the threat of which visibly unnerved the lich. Transforming into mist, the lich enveloped Harry's soul, beginning its task. Blake, settling into a chair, reflected on the simplicity of the task at hand. Dealing with the remnant soul of Voldemort within Harry was well within his expertise, especially with his mastery over undead magic and the lich, which shared origins with Voldemort's soul, at his disposal. Besides aiding Harry, Blake's agenda included assisting Rebecca in mastering the obscurus within her, potentially adding another to the rare few who could wield such power. As Blake entertained thoughts of his success, he caught himself mirroring the Dark Lord's demeanor, quickly adjusting his expression. Soon, the lich returned to its human form, signaling the completion of its task. Harry's soul, now cleansed of the dark energy, was ready for restoration. Utilizing the wand of wishful thinking, Blake meticulously repaired Harry's soul, and without delay, reintegrated it into Harry's body. "Wake up," Blake whispered, prompting Harry's eyes to flutter open. Confused, Harry inquired if the process had even begun, to which Blake assured him it was complete. Harry felt no different, save for a newfound clarity. Blake suggested a follow-up with Professor Dumbledore, just to be certain. Outside, Sirius, anxious and hopeful, rushed to embrace Harry, bewildered by his godfather's emotional display. Dumbledore, bypassing Sirius, examined Harry with his wand, a flicker of joy in his eyes. "That's great. This is really great," he repeated, overwhelmed with relief. Harry, puzzled by the reactions around him, questioned the fuss over what he assumed was a minor curse. The profound relief and joy in the room hinted at the gravity of what had been averted, leaving Harry to ponder the depth of the ordeal he had unknowingly faced. Sirius's voice was tinged with a mixture of excitement and relief as he spoke to Harry. "In fact, Harry, we almost lost you. We didn't tell you because we were concerned it might overwhelm you, but now everything is all right." He then revealed the truth to Harry, explaining that if Professor Blake hadn't discovered a method to eradicate the remnants of Voldemort's soul from his mind, Harry could have perished. Harry was stunned, struggling to grasp the gravity of his near-death experience. It dawned on him why Professor Blake and Professor Dumbledore had sought him out with such urgency. Dumbledore, wearing a gentle smile, turned to Blake. "Can you share with us how you accomplished this feat? To extract an entangled residual soul from another is nothing short of miraculous." "I'm eager to share the technique with you, Professor," Blake responded, his tone serious. "However, the time is not right. There's still someone in need of my help. Sirius, the Obscurus within your sister must be addressed today." The mention of the Obscurus caused a visible reaction in Dumbledore. The term, linked to so much anguish, made him visibly shudder. This conversation marked a pivotal moment, revealing the depth of the danger Harry had faced and the lengths to which his protectors were willing to go to save him. It also hinted at the broader challenges that lay ahead, with the mention of the Obscurus suggesting that their struggles were far from over. Chapter 512, Trust and Intervention. "Sorry, Professor Dumbledore. I've been remiss in not informing you sooner," Blake began, his tone apologetic. "My focus has been entirely on devising a method to extract the Obscurus from Rebecca's body, leaving me little time to consider other matters." Dumbledore and Sirius were taken aback by Blake's admission. Sirius, in particular, seemed to struggle with the revelation. "So, in the last few days, you've not only formulated a plan to rid Harry of the remnant soul of Voldemort, but also developed a strategy to help my sister with her Obscurus?" he asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Blake corrected him. "Actually, my primary concern was the Obscurus." "And Harry, how long did it take you to come up with his solution?" Sirius inquired, still trying to wrap his head around Blake's capabilities. "Just yesterday evening, when I returned home," Blake responded with frank honesty. Sirius was momentarily lost for words. The disparity in talent within the Blake lineage was astounding to him. Blake's genius was truly incomprehensible. "Professor, understanding the nature of the Obscurus is crucial to me," Blake explained, sensing Dumbledore's contemplation. Dumbledore's thoughts drifted to Ariana. He realized that Blake's future endeavors, including the successful treatment of Ariana's Obscurus, hinged on his ability to cure Sirius's sister now. With this in mind, Dumbledore refrained from further questioning, suggesting they proceed with their plan. Sirius turned to Harry, advising him to return to his aunt's house, promising to follow shortly. Although Harry was curious, he understood the urgency of the situation and complied without protest. Blake then opened a dimensional door and stepped through, signaling the beginning of a critical phase. Rebecca, previously withdrawn and despondent, had shown signs of emotional recovery, inadvertently reactivating the dormant Obscurus within her. Recognizing the potential danger, Blake had arranged for Old Rep to monitor Rebecca discreetly, prepared to intervene with powerful magic if necessary. The task at hand was delicate and fraught with risk. Eradicating the Obscurus's consciousness without harming Rebecca's own was a complex challenge, given their shared origin in her psyche. Meanwhile, at the Marianne orphanage, Rebecca, now more animated and dressed in a black Lolita outfit, was gently humming while cradling a small orange cat. Her improved demeanor, however, stirred the Obscurus, causing old Rep, concealed outside her window, to grow increasingly concerned. Upon Blake's arrival, old Rep discreetly withdrew. Inside, Blake introduced Sirius to Rebecca, bridging the gap between the long-separated siblings. Rebecca, shy at first, peeked out from behind Blake, her curiosity piqued by the cousin she had never met. Sirius, with a warm smile, extended his hand. "Rebecca, it's clear you're a Blake. Only girls from our family possess such beauty. It's a pleasure to meet you." After a moment's hesitation, Rebecca reached out, her handshake with Sirius light but meaningful. This simple gesture marked the beginning of a new chapter for both siblings, underpinned by Blake's unwavering resolve to heal and protect. "By the way, Rebecca, didn't you mention your desire to study at Hogwarts? This gentleman here is Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts." Upon hearing this, Rebecca's expression, previously unchanged even at the sight of her brother, instantly shifted to one of nervousness. "Brother Blake, is the headmaster here to evaluate if I can be admitted?" Dumbledore offered a comforting smile. "There's no need for nerves, Miss Blake. In truth, the moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized your potential. It would be a significant oversight for Hogwarts to miss out on a student of your caliber." His words were sincere, not mere flattery. Dumbledore had sensed the magic within Rebecca immediately, reminiscent of his first encounter with Cresden. However, the magical aura emanating from this 10-year-old girl was even more potent than Cresden's had been at the time. Blake's concerns were valid. If they didn't address the Obscurus within Rebecca today, her survival through the night was uncertain. "Rebecca, there's no need to worry. We're all here to support you. Do you remember the 3 things I told you?" Blake inquired. Rebecca nodded vigorously. "I remember." "That's my brave girl. You've already accomplished the first task, so are you ready to tackle the second?" "Aye. Is it truly possible? I can feel the monster's energy within me. Suppressing it is becoming increasingly difficult." Dumbledore looked on in astonishment. Rebecca's ability to contain such a formidable Obscurus on her own was a testament to her incredible resilience. "Of course, you can overcome it. And remember, we're all here to assist you today. With Professor Dumbledore, arguably the most powerful wizard in the world, on our side, how can we fail? Together with 963, you, and myself, we're more than capable of defeating this monster," Blake assured her. Sirius chimed in. "What about me? I'm here to help too." "You're more of a bonus," Blake teased. "Oh, come on. At least give me some credit in front of my sister," Sirius protested, albeit in a defeated tone. Rebecca couldn't help but laugh, finding her cousin as amusing as Blake had described. "I believe in you, Brother Blake. I'm aware that if I fail to control this monster, I might not survive. If it comes to that, please promise me you'll stop it. This orphanage, I've grown fond of it and wouldn't want my uncontrollable self to cause its destruction." Rebecca took a moment before adding, If it becomes impossible, please end my life. I couldn't bear the thought of harming others, especially not you." The room fell silent, the weight of her words hanging heavily in the air. It was heartbreaking to witness a 10-year-old prepared to sacrifice her life for the safety of others, a maturity far beyond her years. This selflessness deeply moved Dumbledore, solidifying his acceptance and admiration for the courageous young girl. "Rebecca, it won't come to that. You just need to trust me and leave everything in my hands," Dumbledore reassured her, his voice filled with a conviction that left no room for doubt. Chapter 513, Dumbledore, This Kind of Magic. "Why does it look so familiar? I need a safe place, preferably secluded. Do you know of such a place?" Blake inquired. Dumbledore nodded. "I do know of an uninhabited island. I discovered it while searching for a location to house your magical creatures. Give me a moment to get there, and then I'll open a teleportation point for you." With that, Dumbledore disappeared with a soft pop, leaving Rebecca wide-eyed in astonishment. "Did the headmaster just leave? What kind of magic was that?" Rebecca asked, her curiosity piqued. "That's apparition, a form of magic typically used by senior and adult wizards. It allows one to instantly travel to any previously visited location, Blake explained with patience. I see. So, I can't learn it immediately after I get better? Rebecca sounded disappointed. To her, the convenience of apparition seemed incredible. No need for cars or stepping outside, just a simple gesture to reach your destination. Don't worry, you're no ordinary witch. Once you conquer the beast within, you'll certainly be capable of mastering this spell, Blake reassured her, reigniting the spark of hope in Rebecca's eyes. I will definitely defeat it. Rebecca motivated herself, her eyes shining with determination. Blake noticed the fatigue on Rebecca's face, accentuated by dark circles under her eyes. Haven't you been sleeping well? Are you unable to sleep? No, it's not that. I was too scared to sleep last night. I feared I couldn't keep it at bay. I worried that if I fell asleep, the monster would escape and destroy everything. Rebecca confessed. Blake frowned. So, you haven't slept at all? Right, Rebecca nodded. Thankfully, Little Orange was with me. I talked to it whenever I felt sleepy. I even told it to tickle me if I was about to fall asleep. Little Orange, the small cat in Rebecca's arms, also appeared tired. After all, Rebecca wasn't the only one who had stayed awake all night. Blake took Rebecca's hand, noticing several small scratches on the back of her hand. Despite Little Orange's efforts to be gentle, its attempts to keep Rebecca awake had left marks. Why didn't you tell me? I've said before, if you need to contact me, just inform Lady Marian. An owl would suffice, Blake said, his voice tinged with concern. As he spoke, he gently brushed the back of Rebecca's hand with his own, and a soft green light emanated from his touch. The scratches healed instantly, leaving her skin smooth and unblemished. I didn't want to bother you. I saw you were busy, and I didn't want to be a nuisance, Rebecca whispered, her voice barely audible. You mustn't think that way, Rebecca. Your situation is precarious. A moment's carelessness could result in harm, not just to you, but to those around you as well. Blake cautioned. Rebecca was taken aback by his words, but upon reflection, she realized the gravity of her situation. It's okay. Just promise not to do this again. Besides, you're not alone. There are people, including myself, dedicated to ensuring your safety, Blake reassured her. Really? Who are they? I'd like to thank them, Rebecca said, looking around in surprise. He just left, but I'm sure you'll meet him soon, Blake replied, handing her a bottle of potion. After taking the bottle, Rebecca opened it and drank. A cool sensation spread throughout her body, instantly clearing her mind. Blake, do you have more of this? I'd like some for Little Orange, Rebecca requested. Perhaps it's best to let Little Orange rest for now, Blake suggested, emphasizing the importance of rest for both of them. Just sleep, Rebecca whispered as she gently placed Xiaoju on the bed beside her. Xiaoju, you can go to sleep now. I'm sorry for making you work so hard alongside me. Xiaoju, seemingly understanding her words, curled up on the bed and quickly fell asleep. Sirius watched Rebecca with a relieved smile. He couldn't help but think that the Blake family hadn't seen a normal woman in generations. If Rebecca turned out to be as troublesome as Bellatrix, he would have never agreed to adopt her. Yet seeing her now, Sirius mused that Rebecca's bold and caring nature might just sort her into Gryffindor. Ah, that would mean 2 Gryffindors in the Blake family. That'll give Regulus something to think about, he thought with a chuckle. Suddenly, a faint blue light illuminated the center of the room, forming a doorway. Dumbledore's voice echoed from the other side. You can come through now. Blake nodded at Rebecca, took her hand, and together they stepped into the light. Sirius, eager to follow, hurried towards the doorway, but just as he was about to step through, it vanished. Ah, wait. I haven't gone through yet? Weren't you waiting for me? He exclaimed in surprise. Emerging from the light, Rebecca found herself at the seaside, marveling at the instant change of scenery. This is fascinating, she thought. Blake surveyed their new surroundings before addressing Dumbledore. This place is perfect. Let's begin. What kind of environment do you need? Dumbledore inquired. With a gentle wave of his wand, Blake invoked ancient magic. I need a wider view, flatter ground, and this island must be concealed, he stated. The terrain responded immediately. Rocks turned to sand, the ground stretched and flattened, transforming the uneven rocky beach into a vast, open space resembling an airstrip. Dumbledore, wand in hand, was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to assist, but Blake had swiftly and effortlessly altered the landscape. What kind of magic is this? Dumbledore wondered, sensing it was not simple transfiguration. The scene felt oddly familiar, yet he couldn't place it. However, questions would have to wait. Blake then handed Dumbledore a piece of parchment. "Professor, can you master this spell?" It was a complex spell designed for both control and comfort, something Dumbledore had never encountered before. "Give me a few minutes," Dumbledore replied, confident in his ability to learn the spell quickly with the detailed instructions provided. "Once you've mastered the spell, I'll stop Rebecca from suppressing the obscurus within her. Use this spell to control it," Blake instructed. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. "No problem. Focus on your task, and I'll handle the rest." "Rebecca, come here. Don't be afraid. When I tell you, stop suppressing the obscurus. Relax completely. Trust me," Blake said, his voice calm and reassuring. "Okay," Rebecca nodded, her trust in Blake unwavering. Blake then turned and pointed his wand at the ground, where a rectangular stone rose and transformed into a large, velvet-covered bed. "Lie down here and follow my instructions," he directed. Just then, a faint blue light appeared again, and Sirius, having reactivated the teleportation point, stepped through the gate. Do you need my help?" he asked, looking between Blake and Dumbledore. Blake glanced at Sirius and with a small smile handed him a brand new wand. "You stand by and assist us," he said, preparing for the task ahead with a team ready to support Rebecca through her trial. Sirius examined the new wand in his hand with curiosity. It's a precaution," Blake explained. "Although we trust Professor Dumbledore's expertise, there's always a chance of unforeseen circumstances. Should anything go wrong, this wand will allow you to help me control the obscurus for a few minutes. I sincerely hope you won't have to use it." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "And how do I activate it?" "Any spell you cast with it will do the trick. For instance, casting a stunning spell on an out-of-control obscurus should activate the wand's properties," Blake clarified. After Blake finished briefing Sirius, Dumbledore had already mastered the new spell. Sirius moved to a safer distance, while Dumbledore positioned himself near the bed, alongside Blake. Although Blake was fully capable of handling the situation on his own, he valued this opportunity for practice. His goal wasn't just to assist Rebecca in taming her obscurus, he was eager to delve into the mysteries of the obscurus itself. Understanding it more deeply would prepare him for any future encounters. Having Dumbledore's support allowed Blake to focus more on exploration and assistance. As for Sirius, he was their last line of defense. "Rebecca, just relax your mind. You must be completely at ease," Blake gently instructed. Rebecca lay on the bed, inhaling deeply, before gradually letting her guard down. Suppressing her obscurus had always kept her on edge. Her unique ability was the only reason she had managed thus far. As she relaxed, a dense black mist began to form around her. Unlike the ethereal smoke of a lich, this mist resembled a thick, floating black liquid. Once Rebecca's spirit was fully relaxed, her small body transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, shooting upwards. Her consciousness slipped into a deep slumber, overtaken by the obscurus's violent persona. The stronger a wizard's ability to endure and suppress, the more powerful the obscurus becomes. By those standards, Rebecca's obscurus was among the most formidable Dumbledore had ever encountered. Sensing hostility from Blake and Dumbledore, the obscurus lunged at them, driven by a primal urge to destroy. Dumbledore, with a calm demeanor, raised his wand and softly recited the spell Blake had provided. A white mist, reminiscent of a Patronus, emerged from his wand, enveloping the obscurus. The creature's violent impulses subsided instantly, its aggressive form calming down. Dumbledore realized the spell's resemblance to a Patronus charm, albeit modified. Unlike the traditional charm, this spell didn't require the caster to focus on happy memories. Though puzzled, Dumbledore acknowledged the spell's effectiveness. Meanwhile, Blake seized the moment of calm. A soft blue light emanated from his wand, targeting the obscurus. His eyes glinted with a golden hue as his consciousness, guided by the blue light, delved into the obscurus's mind. Upon entering, Blake found himself surrounded by black mist. The mist, sensing his presence, morphed into various beasts and charged towards him. Blake stood resolute, his gaze unwavering as he faced the encroaching darkness. With a mere gentle glare, he activated the potent magic of the Eye of Truth, causing the black mist, a manifestation of the Obscurus' subconscious self-defense mechanisms, to dissipate as if it were mere smoke in the wind. Blake understood the task ahead of him. He needed to navigate through the murky veils of darkness to locate Rebecca's true consciousness, hidden somewhere within. As Blake's consciousness surged forward, unstoppable and determined, he also seized the opportunity to gather invaluable insights about the nature of the Obscurus. Meanwhile, in the physical realm, the Obscurus, sensing an unprecedented threat within its domain, began to thrash wildly in desperation. Dumbledore, sensing the escalation, intensified his efforts to maintain control, his magic weaving a tighter web of white mist around the volatile entity. Sirius, standing by Dumbledore's side, watched the scene unfold with bated breath, his grip on his new wand tightening, the handle slick with sweat from his anxious palms. Within the depths of the Obscurus's consciousness, Blake's relentless pursuit bore fruit. He discovered Rebecca's consciousness, a beacon of soft white light ensnared by the oppressive black mist. This light, though faint and sporadic, was a symbol of hope amidst the overwhelming darkness. Overjoyed at the sight, Blake summoned the power of the Eye of Truth once more. In an instant, the black mist recoiled as if scorched by fire, retreating from the purifying light. Seizing the moment, Blake's consciousness enveloped the fragile white light, much like the black mist had attempted to do earlier. Surrounded by a protective embrace, he turned his attention to the persistent shadows that surged towards them. With a voice that resonated through the void, Blake uttered a powerful incantation. "Forget everything." The words echoed, a mantra of liberation and renewal. Suddenly, the world of consciousness, previously shrouded in darkness, was bathed in a dazzling blue light. The transformation was instantaneous, a spectacle of light purging shadow, and then, as if the storm had passed, tranquility ensued. The tumultuous sea of black fog was replaced by a serene half-light, signaling the dawn of a new beginning. Chapter 514, Blake's Unforeseen Ascension to Professor. As the Obliviate spell was cast, the tumultuous black mist that enveloped the area ceased its riotous movement. The various beasts, previously solidified from the mist, dissipated back into their original form. This occurred as the consciousness of the Obscurus, having lost all memory, plunged into a state of disarray. Amidst this chaos, the white light spots, previously suppressed, began to shine more brightly. Focus, gather these powers. Blake's consciousness gently steered Rebecca's. A white light spot cautiously absorbed a wisp of the black mist, and as it did, it expanded slightly. "That's right, keep going," Blake encouraged. Outside, the black mist that had been writhing in the sky ceased its struggle and began to slowly contract. Eventually, Rebecca's small form was left floating, surrounded by a significantly reduced amount of black mist. Blake, standing beside her, lowered his wand, though his eyes remained closed. Dumbledore, observing the scene, realized that the Obscurus within Rebecca had been completely subdued. He gently moved her body from its suspended state back onto the bed. When Blake opened his eyes, the black mist around Rebecca had vanished entirely. Having erased the Obscurus's memory, leading it into confusion, its consciousness seamlessly merged with Rebecca's without any resistance. After all, the Obscurus had originated from Rebecca's consciousness. This reintegration was akin to returning to its rightful owner, allowing Rebecca to naturally absorb the Obscurus's potent magical power. Blake eagerly asked Rebecca, "How do you feel?" I've never felt so at ease," Rebecca exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise after carefully assessing her condition. She had always lived in tension, fearing the monster within her might lash out. But now, freed from the need to suppress it, the burden lifted from her shoulders, invigorating her spirit immensely. "Congratulations, Rebecca. You've successfully tamed the monster inside you," Blake said with a smile. Rebecca, guided by Blake's consciousness, had fully absorbed the Obscurus. She was acutely aware of the significant role Blake played in her victory. "Blake?" "Aye." Tears welled up in Rebecca's eyes. She had been on the brink of despair, but Blake's intervention had pulled her back from the edge. At that moment, the system chimed in. "A new character, Rebecca, has been detected and can be registered. Would you like to register her now?" Blake silently opted not to register her immediately, akin to his decision with Cassandra and others. Having enveloped and guided Rebecca's consciousness, he understood her thoughts completely. He knew that even without registration, Rebecca would remain loyal to him. Blake had always refrained from using the system to bind the free will of those close to him. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy appeared pale, while Narcissa clutched their son Draco, sitting in silence on the sofa. Their discomfort stemmed from their dinner guests, the infamous Mr. and Mrs. Lestrange, who had arrived after leaving Snape. "I did not betray my master," Lucius stated, his voice trembling. "I am merely preserving my usefulness, so I may continue to serve him in the future." Bella Lestrange dropped her steak, bursting into maniacal laughter. "Ha! How utterly ludicrous," she scoffed, mocking Lucius's attempt to justify his actions. "Are you colluding?" Lucius was taken aback and quickly asked, "Who is it?" "Snape," Rodolphus replied, his tone laced with anger. Lucius shivered slightly. "That's not surprising. In fact, all of us who remain free share this sentiment." "Really? You're living in luxury now, with a grand house and fine food, but where is our master? Since you're always outside, why haven't you searched for the master? Have you forgotten?" Bellatrix's voice was icy. "We've been searching," Narcissa interjected immediately. "But we haven't found him." "Ha-ha. Not found? Lies. Lies, Bellatrix. You've been in Azkaban. How could you possibly know what efforts we've made and what we've sacrificed?" Narcissa raised her voice. She was the only one who dared to confront Bellatrix so boldly, given their close sisterly bond from childhood, which was stronger than that with their other sister who married a Muggle. "Oh, then enlighten me on what exactly you've done, sissy." Bellatrix's grin was menacing. "We." Narcissa faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. After Voldemort's disappearance, their primary concern had been their own safety and status, leaving little room for a dedicated search for Voldemort. "Go on, what did you do?" After we stabilized, we left the UK to search for traces of the Dark Lord," Narcissa murmured. "And a year ago, we placed items belonging to the Dark Lord in Hogwarts. We hoped the commotion at Hogwarts would draw his attention." Narcissa was grasping at straws, but these actions were indeed taken, so it wasn't entirely a fabrication. "Really?" Bellatrix's eyes gleamed with a mad intensity as she scrutinized Narcissa and Lucius, who was visibly uncomfortable. "Ha-ha. Well, since you remain loyal to the Master, we'll be staying with you from today. I trust you, as loyal followers, wouldn't dare report us to the Ministry of Magic, right?" Bellatrix asked with a sly smile. "Of course not," Narcissa replied hastily, though the thought of harboring Bellatrix and Rodolphus was far from appealing. If the Ministry were to find out, Bellatrix might escape, but her family would be ruined. "Okay." Bellatrix set down her knife and fork, grabbed the tablecloth to wipe her hands, and stood up. "Now, show me to my room. I need a good rest before we continue our search for the Master." "You, come with me." Narcissa stood and led the way out of the dining room, with Bellatrix following. Narcissa aimed to keep Bellatrix and Rodolphus as far from her family as possible. "You seem to have a fine son," Bellatrix remarked suddenly. "Bellatrix, what are you implying?" Narcissa asked, her voice sharp with alarm. "Aha! What could I possibly want? Sissy, don't be so tense. Draco is your beloved son and my dear nephew," Bellatrix replied with a smile. Narcissa's heart sank. She sensed that Bellatrix's casual mention of Draco was a veiled threat involving her son. With a tight-lipped expression, Narcissa turned and continued leading the way. "Did you really escape from prison on your own?" Narcissa couldn't help but ask after a moment of silence. "No, I don't know who helped us escape. At first I thought it was the Master, but the Master wouldn't just disappear after saving us, nor would he save only the two of us." Bellatrix mused, her brow furrowed in confusion. She too was puzzled about their mysterious benefactor and their motives. But soon, Bellatrix abandoned these thoughts, choosing to believe the simplest explanation. "Perhaps the Master sent someone for us. As for why they didn't reveal themselves, I suspect the Master has his reasons." Meanwhile, at the Marian orphanage, Blake and the others had returned to their previous room. Rebecca sat quietly on the bed's edge, gently petting little Orange, while occasionally stealing glances at Blake. "So, you discovered this magical power in the ruins?" Dumbledore inquired. Yes, I checked. After gathering a significant amount of information, Blake discovered that the unique form of magic he encountered was known as ancient magic. He nodded, taking a long sip from his glass of water. Blake had initially not expected Dumbledore to recognize the ancient magic he mentioned. Surprisingly, Dumbledore had encountered this type of magical power in some of Hogwarts' secret chambers. Consequently, Blake concocted a story about finding a relic that revealed his latent talent for ancient magic, claiming he absorbed all the remaining ancient magic power within it. It was a necessary fabrication, given the origin of his ancient magic was rather unconventional. Yes, this magic is indeed ancient, Dumbledore confirmed, having read about it in notes left by previous headmasters. Such magic can only be mastered by those with inherent ancient magical abilities. During my time at Hogwarts, my academic excellence allowed me frequent interactions with the professors. It was then I learned about a senior who had mastered this ancient magic. Blake was taken aback, realizing the transfer student he had been curious about was actually a boy, not a witch as he had assumed. And wasn't ancient magic supposed to be a closely guarded secret? Yet it seemed the teachers had openly discussed it with a young student. Curious, Blake inquired, "Professor, is the senior you mentioned still alive? Have you ever met him?" Dumbledore expressed slight regret. He had already graduated by the time I enrolled, so we never crossed paths. Whether he's still alive is unknown to me. However, I heard he embarked on a worldwide journey after graduation, possibly in search of ruins containing ancient magic. Sadly, I've not heard any news of him since. Blake nodded, understanding. Although he didn't glean much about the mysterious transfer student from Dumbledore, he was confident such a formidable individual was still out there. Of course, this was assuming he hadn't met the same fate as Isidora Morgana, a previous ancient magic user who was tragically killed by a surprise death curse attack. Ancient magic is fascinating, but also perilous, Dumbledore cautioned Blake. Your pursuit of magical mysteries is commendable, but caution is necessary. History tells us of another ancient magic user whose quest for power ended tragically. The pursuit of excessive power is a common downfall among the intelligent. Blake reassured him with a smile. Don't worry, Professor. I'm already quite powerful. To me, ancient magic is merely an enhancement, not a necessity that could lead me astray. He didn't mention his knowledge of other potent magics, including the formidable dragon language magic, which made ancient magic seem less significant by comparison. I trust you, Blake, Dumbledore replied, relieved. Changing the subject, Blake mentioned, "By the way, Professor, Rebecca is concerned about her enrollment at Hogwarts." Blake knew Rebecca was eligible for Hogwarts, but wanted Dumbledore to reaffirm this in her presence to ease her worries. Rebecca was a talented girl, but her tendency to overthink made her susceptible to developing an obscurus. Of course, she's of age to attend Hogwarts this year. I'm sure Minerva will send her an admission notice by owl at the end of August, Dumbledore said, understanding Blake's intention. He then reassured Rebecca directly. Really? That's wonderful. Rebecca exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she clung to Blake's arm. So, we'll be classmates soon. Indeed, Blake and Rebecca's journey at Hogwarts was about to begin, promising new adventures and challenges as they delved deeper into the world of magic. Dumbledore expressed his regret. It's a pity, but we've realized that our abilities are no longer sufficient to teach him anything new. He's ready to graduate early this semester. Rebecca's face fell at the news. Her primary reason for wanting to attend Hogwarts was to be with Blake, who she admired greatly. The thought of him leaving the school early filled her with disappointment. However, Dumbledore quickly offered a silver lining. Don't be too disheartened, Rebecca. Although Blake won't be your classmate, he's going to be your professor. Yes, we've decided to appoint Blake as our new professor at Hogwarts, ensuring he remains part of the school. Professor? Rebecca's eyes widened in shock and admiration as she turned to Blake. Brother Blake, that's incredible! Blake cleared his throat, a hint of discomfort in his voice. Ahem. Rebecca, I think you'll have to refer to me as Professor Green once you're at school. But I still want to call you Brother Blake, Rebecca responded, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. Blake's mouth twitched slightly at her words. This was a problem. His casual request for Rebecca to call him B, rather Blake, was meant in jest, and he hadn't considered the complications it might cause, especially if those envious of him at home were to find out. Sirius, who had been quiet until now, was equally taken aback by Dumbledore's announcement. "Professor, but—" "He's just mastered some magic," he said, struggling to grasp the reality of Blake becoming a professor. Dumbledore then turned his attention to Sirius. "It's not good for the child to stay in the orphanage indefinitely. You should take her home as soon as possible." Sirius nodded, his mind already making arrangements. "Yes, I'll do that. I'll ask Amelia to come over this afternoon, and we'll proceed with the adoption formalities directly." Dumbledore looked at Sirius with a knowing smile. "Amelia? Are you referring to Amelia Bones?" "Ah, I see." Sirius's expression darkened slightly. "What is it that you see again?" Dumbledore's smile widened. "Well, it's just that nothing that happens at Hogwarts escapes my notice." The conversation flowed smoothly, with Dumbledore's wisdom and foresight bringing a sense of calm and direction. The decision to make Blake a professor was unexpected, but showed the depth of his talents and the trust the school placed in him. Rebecca's disappointment turned into a new form of admiration for Blake, though the challenge of how to address him at school added a light-hearted dilemma to their interaction. Sirius's protective nature towards Rebecca was evident, and Dumbledore's cryptic comments hinted at his extensive knowledge of the goings-on within his domain, adding layers of intrigue and anticipation for what was to come. Chapter 515, A New Beginning. Rebecca's belongings were minimal, consisting of a small backpack that held a few changes of clothes, a little orange cat, and a magical beast translator. As she stepped out the door, Blake was there waiting for her. The day Rebecca had managed to control the obscurus, Sirius, without hesitation, had pulled Amelia into the situation. Together, they had officially adopted Rebecca using their Muggle identities. However, Amelia's duties at the Ministry of Magic had kept her exceedingly busy, and after a brief meeting with Rebecca, she had to rush back. Sirius, having committed to assist Amelia, meant that Rebecca would temporarily stay with Blake. Rebecca had no objections. In fact, she was delighted. Although Sirius was her cousin, their acquaintance was fresh, and their interactions still carried a hint of formality. In contrast, Blake, a peer who had shown her consistent kindness, was someone Rebecca felt more comfortable with. Thus, the arrangement was settled without dispute. "Brother Blake, I'm ready to go," Rebecca announced, her backpack secured on her shoulders. The little orange cat peeked out, meowing at Blake in greeting. "All right, let's wait in the yard for a moment. We should say goodbye to Mrs. Marion before we leave," Blake suggested. Mrs. Marion was still finalizing some paperwork related to Rebecca's adoption and hadn't returned. Rebecca nodded and took a seat on the yard bench alongside Blake. Suddenly, an owl swooped down from the sky, delivering a letter into Blake's hands. Rebecca watched with fascination as Blake fed the owl a cookie, having only heard stories of wizards using owls for communication. This was her first real encounter with such magic. Blake opened the letter, which was from Cassandra. She was inviting Blake to her house for a couple of days, clearly hoping to mend the strained relationship between her father and Blake. Blake was hesitant. Mr. Worley's overindulgence in his daughter and his less-than-warm attitude towards Blake were off-putting. However, Mrs. Worley was known for her reasonableness. Glancing at Rebecca, Blake decided to pen a polite decline on the back of the letter, citing his recent busyness with various important tasks, including searching for Horcruxes, rescuing Harry, and now, taking care of Rebecca. He promised to consider a visit in the future. After sending the owl off with his reply, Blake noticed Rebecca's admiring gaze. "Do you like it? How about I get you an owl when we visit Diagon Alley? Then you can send me letters anytime," he offered with a smile. Rebecca hesitated before responding. Brother Blake, I don't want to be too far from you. I'd rather see you every day, so I wouldn't need an owl." Blake chuckled, ruffling her hair affectionately. "Silly girl, I can't be with you at all times. Besides, when Sirius and the others are free, wouldn't you want to go home?" Rebecca's mood visibly dropped. I haven't had a home for a long time." She realized then that Blake wasn't just hers. A kind-hearted person like him would naturally be cherished by many. The more Rebecca pondered, the more she felt the weight of her solitude. Ding! Extreme disappointment detected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a golden treasure chest. Blake scratched his head in confusion. Clearly, the treasure chest was a result of Rebecca's contribution, and he realized he might have misspoken. After jokingly comparing Rebecca's luck with treasure chests to Hermione's, Blake cautiously suggested, "Actually, I think it might not be the best idea for Sirius to be your guardian. He's a great guy, but sometimes men might not fully grasp a girl's thoughts and feelings. Why don't you consider staying with us? My Aunt Ariana and Sister Nagini are both women. You'd probably find a lot in common with them." "Your house." Okay. Rebecca agreed immediately, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Ding! Joyful emotion detected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a golden treasure chest. Blake was taken and aback by her swift agreement and the dramatic shift in her mood. However, he saw no issue with it. After all, having a young witch at home who was still amazed by the magical world could only mean more treasure chests for him. Unlike Cassandra and Hermione, who had grown accustomed to the wonders of magic, Rebecca's fresh perspective made her reactions more intense and therefore more rewarding. Blake then shared a brief overview of his current living situation with Rebecca. "Ah, so you're living in the headmaster's house now?" she asked, intrigued. "Yes, for certain special reasons. I was actually adopted by Professor Dumbledore," Blake explained, not delving too deeply into the details. Rebecca, sensing Blake's reluctance to elaborate, tactfully changed the subject back to Diagon Alley. Blake appreciated her considerate nature, noting how she skillfully avoided prying into matters he preferred not to discuss. "Have you packed everything?" Mrs. Marion approached, carrying a suitcase. "Yes, ma'am, I'm ready," Rebecca replied, standing up. "Well, good girl, take care of yourself. These are some clothes I prepared for you. I noticed you like this style, so I picked them out especially for you. I hope you like them," Mrs. Marion said warmly. "Thank you, Mrs. Marion. That's so kind of you," Rebecca exclaimed, gratefully accepting the suitcase. "Let's go then. I'll write to you often," Mrs. Marion promised. To ensure Rebecca didn't miss out on the scenery along the way, Blake decided to hail a taxi directly to the leaky cauldron. Upon entering the taxi, Blake was surprised to find the same driver who had initially told him about Rebecca. "Aha, it's you again, and ah!" the driver exclaimed, recognizing Rebecca. Rebecca's eyes widened in alert recognition, but the driver quickly reassured her with a smile, understanding that she was on the path to recovery and had found a new home. "Ah, Mr. Driver, what a coincidence to meet you again," Blake exclaimed. "Do you know each other?" Rebecca asked, curious. "Of course. Actually, I learned about you through this driver," Blake explained. "I love happy endings the most. This ride is on me," the driver declared joyfully. "That's not necessary. We can't just ride for free," Blake protested. "This ride isn't for nothing, my child. You've already paid the fare with your good spirits. You've brightened my entire day, and that's priceless," the driver said with a smile. Meanwhile, Cassandra lay despondently in front of her desk, a letter in hand, sighing heavily. "Baby, what's wrong?" Mrs. Worley asked with concern, standing at the doorway of Cassandra's room. "It's nothing," Cassandra replied listlessly. "Merlin, you look like a daffodil without water, almost wilting," Mrs. Worley observed as she entered the room. "Mom," Cassandra began, her voice trailing off, filled with unspoken worries and thoughts. Cassandra opened her arms and embraced her mother. "Do you think Blake is upset with me? I've been trying to invite him over for a couple of days. He never used to refuse, but now he claims he's too busy. Blake is a kind-hearted boy, sweetheart. He wouldn't hold a grudge against you," her mother reassured her. "Then why doesn't he want to come over?" Cassandra's voice was tinged with disappointment. "I believe he truly must be swamped with something," her mother speculated. Cassandra sighed deeply, her frustration evident. "It's all Dad's fault. He's always so harsh with Blake. If I were in Blake's shoes, I wouldn't want to come over either. I'll have a word with your father about this. And you, try not to coop yourself up in your room all day. How about we take a trip to Diagon Alley?" Mrs. Worley suggested, noticing the change in Cassandra's demeanor as she mentioned the magical marketplace. Cassandra's face lit up with a shy smile. "I guess I've grown quite a bit. Maybe it's time for some new clothes." "Mom," Cassandra blushed, instinctively covering her chest. Oh, don't be embarrassed, darling. It's perfectly natural. You're still wing after all. Let's head to Diagon Alley, shall we? I'd rather not. Cassandra hesitated. Come on, my dear. Who knows? We might run into Blake there, Mrs. Worley coaxed gently. I guess I could go for a walk. But don't get the wrong idea. It's not because I want to see him or anything. Cassandra's protest was weak, her curiosity getting the better of her. Of course, Mrs. Worley replied with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, in Diagon Alley, Blake, blissfully unaware of the commotion his presence would cause, led Rebecca into the leaky cauldron. This is a wizarding pub. Only those with magical abilities can see its sign. It also serves as the gateway to Diagon Alley, he explained as they stepped into the historic establishment. Rebecca observed the wizards around her, their attire vastly different from that of Muggles. To her, their unique fashion was intriguing, yet slightly intimidating, prompting her to stay close to Blake for comfort. Suddenly, an excited shout broke the calm. Merlin's beard! It's Blake Green! An elderly wizard approached, eagerly extending his hand in greeting. Caught off guard, Blake managed a polite, hello, before the pub erupted into chaos. Wizards and witches crowded around, each vying for a moment with Blake. Rebecca clung to his sleeve, overwhelmed by the sudden attention. Blake, drenched in sweat, realized too late the extent of his fame. His contributions to the magical community, coupled with Grindelwald's public commendations, had elevated his status to legendary proportions, surpassing even that of Harry Potter in some circles. Everyone, please, let's give Blake some space. He's got things to do, Tom, the Leaky Cauldron's proprietor, intervened, his voice cutting through the din. Grateful for the intervention, Blake and Rebecca eventually made their way to Diagon Alley, leaving the fervent crowd behind. That was overwhelming, but I'm thankful for the support, Blake admitted, reflecting on the experience. Hannah, thank you for getting Tom to help us out, Blake expressed his gratitude once they were clear of the crowd. It was nothing, Blake. I'm just looking forward to our trip next month, Hannah replied, her smile warm. Me too. Once this month is over, we'll set off as planned. Blake promised, already anticipating their upcoming adventure. Made a new friend? Hannah inquired, her gaze settling on Rebecca. Yes, this is Rebecca Blake. She recently discovered her magical abilities and hails from the same background as I do, Blake explained. Hannah understood the implication behind Blake's words. Rebecca, like Blake, had come from an orphanage. Hello, Rebecca. I'm Hannah Abbott, a classmate of Blake's. It seems you'll soon be joining us as a fellow student. Welcome, Hannah said with a warm smile, extending her hand to Rebecca. Rebecca, slightly hesitant, reached out and shook Hannah's hand. Hello, Senior Hannah. I apologize in advance. I'm not familiar with many things here. Today is my first visit to Diagon Alley, so if I inadvertently say or do something inappropriate, don't worry, Rebecca. Every year, many young witches and wizards from non-magical backgrounds join our world. You'll quickly get accustomed to life in the wizarding community, and with Blake to guide you, you'll be just fine, Hannah reassured her, then added casually, By the way, where are you staying now? Oh, I'm currently living with Blake, Rebecca replied candidly. The wine glass in Hannah's hand slipped and shattered on the ground. Oh, sorry about that. Let's fix this, she said, quickly regaining her composure. With a flick of her wand, the broken glass pieces flew back together, restoring the glass to its original state. Hopefully, no one noticed that, Hannah muttered, scanning the area guiltily. In Diagon Alley, young wizards and witches could use magic without much issue, provided they weren't observed by others. Well, I hope you enjoy your day here. I must return to my duties at the Leaky Cauldron, Hannah said, excusing herself before Blake could respond, and hurried back to the tavern. The evening at the Leaky Cauldron beckoned. Chapter 516, Ollivander, Are Exploding Wands Now Commonplace? In the dimly lit room of Malfoy Manor, Bellatrix Lestrange meticulously wiped her wand with a handkerchief, lost in her own world of admiration for Voldemort. We don't need to search for the Master. If he requires us, he will undoubtedly seek us out. Ah, what a formidable and powerful master he is, capable of infiltrating places as secure as Azkaban. Her voice trailed off into a dreamy whisper, conveniently overlooking the glaring inconsistencies and irrationalities in her musings. Suddenly, a voice pierced through her reverie, causing her to leap from her recliner in shock. Foolish woman, your master is currently in a state more pitiful than maggots in a cesspool, and yet you fantasize about his return. Blasphemy! Who are you to insult the great Dark Lord in such a manner? Bellatrix's voice was a mix of outrage and disbelief. Great! I hardly think so, the intruder remarked, stepping out from the shadows, his scarlet cloak a stark contrast against the darkness of the room. Without another word, Bellatrix launched an Avada Kedavra curse at the figure. To her astonishment, the curse that had never failed her before dissipated into thin air before it could reach its target. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Not even Voldemort had been able to nullify the Auror's death curses with such ease. Realizing she was outmatched, Bellatrix's confidence wavered. Your master taught you only this? The figure in the red cloak taunted. Silence! You shall not insult my master, Bellatrix retorted, hurling a cruciatus curse filled with venomous hatred. Yet, just like before, the curse had no effect on the man and instead rebounded onto her. She collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, unable to utter a sound. Do you believe it was your master who saved you? You are mistaken. It was I, the figure revealed, stepping closer. Bellatrix, still on the floor, glared at him with tear-filled eyes. And I saved you so you could assist in your master's resurrection. Yet it seems you and your fellow loyal servants have made no effort to find him, he continued, his voice laced with disappointment. At this, Bellatrix crawled towards him, desperation clear in her voice. Tell me, where is my master? The figure's strength and indifference left no room for doubt in Bellatrix's mind. She believed him without question. You disappoint me. I'm beginning to regret my decision to possibly ally with your master, and yet you ask of his whereabouts without having sought him yourself. Despite being kicked away, Bellatrix persisted. Please, I must know where my master is. Your master has died once, he stated plainly. That's impossible. My master cannot die. Bellatrix was on the brink of hysteria. He would indeed be dead if not for his Horcruxes. However, his current state is far from ideal. Find him, aid in his resurrection, and then convey our intentions, the figure instructed, waving his hand to reveal letters on the dining table that appeared to have been scorched by fire. And as for the resurrection, I presume you no longer require guidance, he added dismissively. Bellatrix rushed to examine the writing. What are your intentions? First, ensure his resurrection. If he cannot achieve even that, he is unworthy of our plans, the figure concluded, leaving Bellatrix with a new, daunting purpose. Bella watched in astonishment as the figure before her dispersed into the air like sand, the red cloak vanishing without a trace. Despite her reluctance, she had to admit that the person's power seemed to surpass even that of her master. In a secluded corner of Diagon Alley, Rebecca observed Blake as he carefully donned a cloak to conceal his face. Brother Blake, you seem to be quite famous? She couldn't help but inquire, still processing the chaotic scene they had just left behind in the leaky cauldron. It's more of a notoriety than fame, Blake replied, checking his reflection in a mirror to ensure his face was adequately hidden. He explained that while he could easily have looted the treasure chest on his own, accompanying Rebecca necessitated a more discreet approach. Why are you so famous? Rebecca pressed, skeptical of the simplicity of his explanation given the fervor they had encountered. Blake shrugged. I invented a few gadgets, won some minor awards, and fame followed. His nonchalance did little to convince Rebecca that his fame was due to such trivial achievements. Let's go. Even though your admission letter and the list of required supplies haven't arrived yet, we can start purchasing some essentials. And, welcome to the magical world, Rebecca, Blake said, changing the subject. Rebecca, seeing Blake wrapped up like a mummy, almost laughed, but then remembered a crucial issue. Brother Blake, I don't have any money, she admitted shyly. She knew her parents had left her an inheritance, but also that Muggle money was of no use here. No worries, you're actually quite wealthy. The Blake family is among the richest in the wizarding world. As your guardian, it's only right for Sirius to cover your school expenses, Blake reassured her. Rebecca hesitated, uncomfortable with the idea of spending Sirius's money. Blake explained that Sirius had become even wealthier by leveraging Blake's broom technology to outcompete the Firebolt Company and by venturing into profitable Muggle businesses. Besides, he can easily convert hard currency like gold into galleons at Gringotts, Blake added. First, you'll need a wand that suits you, Blake continued, addressing the essentials of magical education. A wand? Rebecca asked, intrigued. Yes, it's a tool for casting spells, though you might notice I rarely use one, Blake said, producing his unique wand. Rebecca was curious why Blake seldom used a wand. He explained that at a certain level of magical proficiency, a wizard could cast spells without one, though having a wand could make spellcasting easier. I could make you a wand, but I believe it's more meaningful to choose one that chooses you, Blake said, echoing the philosophy of Mr. Ollivander, the wand shop owner. Rebecca excitedly asked to hold Blake's wand. He handed it to her, and she waved it gently, imitating him. However, nothing happened. Blake's wand, being perfectly attuned to him alone, showed no compatibility with Rebecca. This wand doesn't suit you, which is why there was no reaction. Let's find one that does, Blake concluded, taking back his wand as they set off to find Rebecca's perfect match. Blake imparted some essential knowledge about wands to Rebecca, sparking her excitement with the revelation that each wand was distinct. As they approached Ollivander's wand shop, the worn sign barely caught Rebecca's attention before Blake ushered her inside, optimistic about the timing of their visit and the possibility of receiving personalized attention from Mr. Ollivander himself. Upon entering, they were greeted by Ollivander, whose eyes darted between Rebecca and Blake, quickly deducing the financial dynamics of their visit. Blake's familiar greeting caused a visible reaction in Ollivander, whose past experiences with Blake had left a memorable mark on both him and his shop. The mention of Blake's name alone was enough to stir a mix of trepidation and excitement within Ollivander, recalling the explosive outcomes of previous visits. Despite his initial apprehension, Ollivander's demeanor shifted upon learning of Rebecca's lineage. Recognizing the Blake family name, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. The Blake family, known for their wands crafted by the Lavender family, had a long-standing relationship with Ollivander's shop, spanning generations. This historical connection reassured Ollivander, bolstering his belief in his craft and his chances of success. As Ollivander reminisced about Sirius Blake's visit to his shop, his professional pride was evident. He meticulously measured Rebecca, taking note of her preferences, and began the selection process with a determined spirit. His previous encounters with members of the Blake family, particularly the challenges posed by Blake and Nagini, fueled his resolve to succeed this time around. With a selection of wands laid out before them, Ollivander was ready to prove his mastery. He presented Rebecca with an oak wand containing a phoenix tail feather core, eager to see if this wand would be the perfect match for her. His actions reflected a blend of professional dedication and a personal quest for redemption, hoping to finally achieve a seamless wand pairing without incident. In the heart of Ollivander's wand shop, Rebecca held a wand that measured 10¼ inches, its flexibility reminiscent of Sirius's original oak wand, now presumably lost. With a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty, she followed Ollivander's instruction to wave the wand. A light flick of her wrist resulted in an explosive boom that shattered the shop's windows. "Oh, this one clearly isn't a match," Ollivander exclaimed, hastily retrieving the wand from Rebecca. The wand, now resembling a morning glory, seemed to echo a familiar yet unsettling sentiment. Ollivander's face paled as he pondered. Has the phenomenon of wands exploding become so common? Apologizing profusely, Rebecca stared at the chaos she had caused, her face drained of color. I didn't mean to do it," she stammered. "It's all right, really. I've seen this before," Ollivander reassured her, albeit with a shaky voice. With a flick of his own wand, the shop was restored to its former state. He then offered another wand, this time made of walnut, only for it to explode upon Rebecca's touch. "This hasn't happened since I first started," Ollivander muttered, trying to maintain his composure. He couldn't hide his distress, though, as he took back the wand, now resembling a sunflower. Blake, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but feel responsible. He realized that Rebecca, having absorbed the magic of an obscurus, lacked control over her immense magical power. "Perhaps we should stop," he suggested, hoping to prevent further accidents. "No, I refuse to give up," Ollivander protested, his eyes burning with determination. He couldn't bear the thought of failing at his craft, a disgrace to his legendary status as a wand maker. Acknowledging his oversight, Blake offered a solution. With a simple gesture, he repaired the damaged wands on Ollivander's table, leaving the wand maker in awe. Such a feat of magic was rare, usually only possible with an exceptionally powerful wand, akin to the Elder Wand. Ollivander's attention shifted to the wand in Blake's hand, his curiosity piqued. "Mr. Green, may I examine your wand?" he asked, his eyes wide with wonder. "P.S. I'll strive to update as early as possible tomorrow to restore the situation." Chapter 517. Wait, why are all of Brother Blake's friends girls? "My wand," Blake queried, eyeing his unique wand with a mixture of curiosity and caution. "Yes," Ollivander replied, his gaze fixed on the wand with an intensity that bordered on reverence. "Please, don't be alarmed. I merely wish to examine it briefly before returning it to you. Moreover, how about I offer Miss Blake a wand free of charge as a token of my appreciation?" He had long harbored a desire to study the Elder Wand, renowned for its unparalleled power, but since it remained in Dumbledore's possession, the opportunity had eluded him. Now, presented with a wand that seemed to rival the Elder Wand in terms of quality, Ollivander was eager to seize the chance. "Okay," Blake agreed, handing over the wand. "Thank you, Blake," Ollivander exclaimed, accepting the wand with the utmost care, as though it were a fragile artifact of immense value. Upon inspecting the wand, Ollivander was immediately taken aback. Despite his extensive experience in wand making, he found himself unable to determine the materials used in its construction. This was unprecedented. He could usually identify the components of any wand at a glance, regardless of its maker. Yet, this wand defied all his knowledge, its materials and core a complete mystery to him. Holding the wand, Ollivander felt a surge of power that left his hand tingling. Attempting a simple spell, he was met with silence. The wand remained inert, revealing its loyalty to Blake alone. "This is peculiar indeed," Ollivander mused, intrigued by the wand's unique magic circuits, which seemed tailor-made for it, and unlike anything he had encountered before. Blake offered a suggestion. "Consider that while the material of each wand may be identical, the individual textures and the wood's magical resistance vary. By optimizing the inherent magic circuit based on these factors, each wand created could truly be one of a kind." Enlightened by Blake's insight, Ollivander's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Aha! That's it! In my wand making, I've adhered to traditional magic circuits without considering the unique properties of each material. This revelation could revolutionize our approach, allowing for unparalleled customization and effectiveness in wand crafting." Blake humbly downplayed his contribution. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. My knowledge of wand making is quite basic, and the wand I crafted for Nagini was a mere experiment. It hardly qualifies as a masterpiece." Rebecca, witnessing the exchange, realized the extent of Blake's ingenuity. His ability to inspire and innovate was clearly a factor in his popularity. What seemed like a minor adjustment to him had profound implications for the art of wand making. "Blake, you're a true visionary," Ollivander praised, his admiration evident. "Your talent surpasses even my own. It's no wonder you were awarded the first-class medal of Sir Merlin. Your understanding of wand-making has opened new horizons for us all." Blake's modesty in the face of such acclaim only added to his mystique, leaving those around him in awe of his seemingly boundless potential. "The wand that belongs to Miss Nagini is similar to this wand that belongs to you, correct?" Ollivander asked Blake with palpable excitement. "If I'm not mistaken, you crafted this wand yourself, right?" "No," Blake replied, shaking his head. He had accessed the wand through his system box, not through his own craftsmanship. "Really? Then, could you enlighten me on who did make this wand?" Blake started, but then hesitated. "You can't say? Well, I must admit, in the realm of wand-making, I, Ollivander, have always considered my skills unparalleled. I've always believed my craftsmanship to be second to none, a claim not even Grigovich would dare make. After hearing what you've just shared, I can't think of anyone else with such exceptional wand-making skills," Ollivander continued, not noticing Blake's reluctance. Blake sighed, feeling cornered. "Okay, I made it," he admitted, though it wasn't entirely true. The wand's creation was facilitated by his system, and its design was his choice, making his claim somewhat valid. Let me ask you, Ollivander said, clapping his hands together in excitement, what materials did you use for your wand? Blake remained silent, smiling. It wasn't that he didn't want to share, he genuinely didn't know. Ollivander misinterpreted his silence. Ah, of course, such details must be a closely guarded secret, but let's not get sidetracked. We're here to select a wand for Miss Blake, aren't we? Yes, Blake agreed. Rebecca has grown up in the Muggle world, and I want her to have a truly magical experience, unlike anything she's encountered before. Ah, I understand. There's nothing quite like choosing one's own wand. It's indeed one of the most magical experiences, Ollivander said. Exactly, Blake replied with a smile. That settles it, Ollivander exclaimed, waving his wand. The wand boxes on the table flew back to their shelves. Given Miss Blake's unique situation, I believe a custom wand would be best, similar to what you did. Oh, you're suggesting we craft a wand for her together? That's a wonderful idea. How much time will we need? Blake inquired, willing to wait. No. It's not just me. It's us. Let's craft a custom wand for Miss Blake together. I'm sure you wouldn't want to disappoint her. Imagine, in just 10 days, or perhaps half a month, she could have a powerful, unique wand that perfectly suits her, Ollivander proposed, his excitement evident. Ollivander saw this as an opportunity to witness Blake's reputed wand-making skills firsthand. Custom wand orders were time-consuming, and he was eager to learn from Blake during the process. Blake considered the proposal, noticing Rebecca's eager anticipation. Okay, but it won't take 10 days or half a month. We only need 2 hours, he stated confidently, holding up 2 fingers. 2 hours for a custom wand? That's unheard of. Ollivander exclaimed, shocked by Blake's claim. Yes, 2 hours is a conservative estimate. In fact, with expedited material selection, 1 hour might suffice, Blake assured him. Ollivander, taken aback, finally agreed. If anyone else had made such a claim, I'd have thought them mad. But I trust you. When do we start? At that moment, Ollivander, who was accustomed to lengthy wand crafting processes, felt somewhat foolish in comparison to Blake's efficiency. Ding! Shock detected, the system announced, followed by, Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden treasure chest. Blake had earned these rewards effortlessly, accustomed to impressing others and reaping benefits from his system, especially in the presence of someone as esteemed as Ollivander. Beck? Blake snapped his fingers, summoning a house elf dressed in cloth reminiscent of ancient Greece. Master Blake, what can I do for you? The elf asked eagerly. Your orders? Rebecca gazed at the peculiar creature before her with eyes brimming with curiosity and confusion, unsure of its nature. Blake explained, Rebecca, Baker is a house elf and serves me. The upcoming period might be somewhat dull. How about I have Baker take you to Diagon Alley for a visit first? Rebecca hesitated but ultimately decided to accompany Baker. Despite her unfamiliarity with house elves, she recognized that this being, evidently a servant of Blake's, could potentially provide the answers Blake had casually evaded. Upon receiving Rebecca's agreement, Blake retrieved a bag of gold galleons and handed it to Baker. Baker, I entrust Miss Blake to your care. Don't hesitate to spend. I'll have Sirius reimburse you later. Yes, Master Blake. Baker promises to take excellent care of the distinguished lady, Baker responded with enthusiasm. Rebecca followed Baker out of the wand shop. Miss Blake, where would you like to go first? Baker can guide you, Baker offered respectfully. Rebecca, mimicking Blake's thoughtful gesture, said, Let's not rush into shopping. First, let's find a place to sit. I have some questions about Brat, her Blake. Ah, of course. There's a dessert shop nearby that Master Blake is quite fond of. We can sit there, Baker suggested. Meanwhile, back at Ollivander's wand shop, Blake was challenging traditional wand-making conventions. Who says a wand must be crafted from a single type of wood? We should utilize them all. Ollivander, taken aback, replied, But a wand typically has only one body, made from one type of wood. How do you propose to combine them all? Rebecca, like me, possesses exceptionally strong magical power. Thus, the choice of material for the wand's body is crucial. Remember how you selected mithril for my wand's body due to its high resistance to magic? Blake explained. Indeed, no wood could withstand your intense magical power for even a moment, Ollivander recalled, a hint of melancholy in his voice. That's why we must look beyond traditional wood. Although this approach might limit the wand's performance, preventing it from becoming an extension of the wizard's arm and affecting spellcasting, we can still explore using multiple types of wood, Blake suggested. Ollivander's interest was piqued, though he quickly became skeptical about the feasibility of combining various materials. This will require a bit of alchemy. But wand-making and alchemy are closely related, aren't they? Blake posited. You're suggesting using alchemy to fuse these wood pieces together and then redesigning the wand's magic circuit based on the texture of the combined wood? That's incredibly challenging, Ollivander remarked. It would indeed require a wand maker of exceptional skill. Mr. Ollivander, you are a master of your craft, are you not? Blake teased. Ollivander, momentarily taken aback by the proposal, then inquired about the core of the wand. For a wand as unique as Rebecca's, we'll use this, Blake said, revealing a long black hair in his palm. Is this Miss Blake's hair? Ollivander asked, surprised. Exactly. And considering a little witch who can cause every wand she tries to explode, do you really think her hair lacks sufficient magical power? Blake challenged, hinting at the extraordinary potential of using Rebecca's hair as the wand core. Power? Indeed, the name Guobecca had become synonymous with a formidable force. When the obscurus within her erupted, it transformed her body into a conduit of pure energy, unleashing chaos wherever she went. Now, having fully assimilated the obscurus's power, Rebecca had become a powerful magical entity in her own right, akin to a humanoid magical creature. Vila hair, known for its use as a potent wand core, paled in comparison to the potential of Rebecca's hair. Its power was undoubtedly superior, though its stability would hinge on the wand's magical circuitry's ability to contain it. So, that's how it is, Ollivander mused, examining the long strands of hair, sensing the magic they harbored. He realized that Miss Blank, like Nagini, harbored a profound secret. However, his primary concern was not the mysteries she might conceal, but the pursuit of crafting exceptional wands. In the dessert shop, Rebecca savored the exquisite desserts while listening intently to Baker recount tales of his master. Her excitement grew with every story. She had suspected that the answers Brother Blake provided were merely the tip of the iceberg. He had invented a spell capable of regenerating severed limbs and devised a potion formula that could cure the deadly dragonpox in mere minutes. Recognized as the most gifted prodigy in the history of the wizarding world, he had also been awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, an honor akin to the Nobel Prize in the non-magical world. Master Blake was exceedingly popular during his school years. Every young wizard aspired to be his friend. Naturally, those who were close to Master Blake were themselves quite remarkable, including Miss Granger, Miss Worley, Miss Lovegood, Miss Clearwater. Wait a moment, Rebecca interjected, a realization dawning on her. Why are all of Brother Blake's friends girls? P.S. The adjustment failed. I will attempt it again. This revision aims to enhance clarity, flow, and coherence while preserving the original narrative's essence. Chapter 518. Cassandra. You pretended not to know me. With a precise crack, Ollivander carefully aligned the two halves of the wand. As Blake waved it, golden threads spiraled around the wand, weaving it back into a seamless whole. The once visible gap vanished as if it had never existed. Is it done? Ollivander asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Yes, all that's left is some polishing and decorative touches, Blake replied, examining the wand's unrefined surface before handing it back to Ollivander. Holding the wand, Ollivander's eyes sparkled with anticipation. An hour and a half. To think we've crafted such a powerful wand in merely 90 minutes. To Ollivander, the wand was a masterpiece, albeit incomparable to the one Blake had wielded moments earlier. Waving the wand, Ollivander was enveloped by a familiar sensation, reminiscent of the feeling Blake's wand had imparted, a detail he had initially overlooked. Clearly, this wand was meant for a singular individual, unlikely to resonate with anyone else. Blake had intentionally slowed the process for Ollivander's benefit. Otherwise, the creation would have taken even less time. Shall I leave the finishing touches to you, then? Blake inquired with a smile. Absolutely. This is my expertise. I assure you, this wand will be in prime condition, Ollivander responded, his enthusiasm undiminished. Ollivander worked swiftly, and within 10 minutes, the once rough wand now gleamed, its dark wood adorned with intricate grain patterns, pulsating with magical energy. "It's ready," Ollivander announced, retrieving a small box filled with various wand handles from beneath the counter. "I believe it's best if you choose one yourself." As they spoke, the door to the wand shop swung open, revealing Rebecca and Baker, their arms laden with supplies. Baker, in particular, struggled with a large crucible on his back. "Master Blake, Baker and Miss Rebecca have procured nearly everything she might need for school. Should anything be missing, Baker will attend to it," Baker explained, setting down his burdens with a huff of relief. "Thank you, Beck," Blake said, prompting an excited leap from Beck. "Master Blake thanked me," Beck exclaimed, clearly overjoyed. Blake, accustomed to the house elves' exuberant reactions, dismissed Beck. "All right, you can go rest. I'll call if I need anything." "Of course, Master Blake. I'm at your service," Beck replied before vanishing with a snap of his fingers. Rebecca, still processing Beck's sudden disappearance, turned her attention back to the pile of supplies. "Brother Blake, how will we transport all this back?" "Let's not worry about that for now. First, let's see how your new wand feels." "Oh, and you should choose a handle that you like," Blake suggested, offering the wand to Rebecca. The wand, crafted from a fusion material with your hair as its core, is 13.5 inches long and very flexible. Blake began, but was interrupted by a brilliant light emanating from Rebecca. Holding the wand, Rebecca felt an immediate and profound connection, as if every cell in her body was rejoicing. "Ah, this wand is a perfect match for you, Miss Blake," Ollivander exclaimed, witnessing the bond between wand and wielder. For Ollivander, life's greatest joys were crafting the perfect wand and seeing it choose its rightful owner. Today, in just 2 hours, he had experienced both pleasures to their fullest, rekindling a sense of fulfillment he hadn't felt in years. "Pleasure," Rebecca exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she admired the wand in her hand. "Brother Blake, I love this wand so much." From that moment, she felt like a true young witch. "As long as you're happy with it. Now, let's choose a handle for your wand," Blake suggested, his voice warm. "Could you help me pick one?" Rebecca asked, her eyes filled with trust. "Me? Sure, let's go with this one." Blake selected a sleek black wand handle that shimmered softly, intuitively feeling it complemented Rebecca's wand perfectly. A splendid choice indeed. The handle, along with the main part of the wand, is crafted from black pearls. Ollivander, the wand maker, applauded as he fitted the handle to the wand. Rebecca gently caressed her newly assembled wand, a look of awe on her face. "How much do we owe you?" Blake inquired, reaching for his purse filled with gold galleons. No, I couldn't possibly accept your money. Blake, the experience of crafting wands with you today has been invaluable. If anything, I should be paying you." Ollivander protested, starting to pull out his own money bag. Seeing this, Blake quickly intervened, pressing Ollivander's hand down. "Let's not worry about money. How about neither of us pays the other? Does that sound fair?" "Of course. But that would put you at a disadvantage, Blake," Ollivander said, slightly embarrassed. "It's fine. The materials for the wand are quite valuable," Blake reassured him. "But you provided all the core materials yourself," Ollivander pointed out. Indeed, the core of Rebecca's wand was made from her own hair, rendering the unicorn hairs and dragon heartstrings Ollivander had prepared unnecessary. Compared to the core, the wand's body was relatively inexpensive. After settling the matter, Blake packed everything into a suitcase, astonishing Rebecca with how he managed to fit objects much larger than the suitcase inside. "Don't be surprised, Rebecca. It's magic. I could even fit myself into this box if necessary," Blake explained, pulling her out of the wand shop. As they left, Blake suddenly tensed, noticing a beautiful lady and a bright blonde girl standing in front of the shop. He tried to walk past them unnoticed, thanks to his disguise. However, things didn't go as smoothly as he hoped. "Blake, it's you!" Cassandra called out from behind him. Blake froze, then turned around, trying to maintain his composure. "Ah, Mrs. Worley, Cassandra, what a coincidence," he greeted them, his voice strained. Cassandra, biting her lip, looked at Blake with a mix of anger and recognition. "Please, if you're trying to hide, at least change your suitcase," she said, pointing out the distinctive marks she had left on it to avoid confusion. Blake glanced at his suitcase, then back at Cassandra and Mrs. Worley, realizing his oversight. He calmly released Rebecca's hand, facing the situation head-on. "Ahem, what a coincidence indeed, Mrs. Worley," Blake said, trying to diffuse the tension. Mrs. Worley's calm demeanor belied her true feelings, a sign that she was not as composed as she appeared. Ding! 2 angry emotions detected, the system in Blake's mind announced, awarding him 2 golden treasure chests. While the rewards were welcome, they also confirmed the displeasure of the 2 women before him. Despite the awkward situation, Blake's experience helped him maintain a calm facade, ready to navigate the delicate dynamics of his unexpected encounter. Blake's expression remained composed and generous. "If you have a clear conscience, then there's nothing to worry about," he thought to himself. Cassandra, however, was not easily placated. She clenched her teeth and demanded, "Blake, didn't you tell me you had a lot of things to do? Is accompanying her to buy a wand one of those things?" "Yes, as you can see, I was just helping Rebecca purchase her wand." Blake replied with honesty. He knew that in situations like this, panicking and lying would only make things worse. Being truthful was the best approach. After all, assisting others was in Blake's nature. What harm was there in helping a young witch from the same orphanage visit Diagon Alley for her essentials? Only those with misguided thoughts would find fault in such an act. "Rebecca?" Cassandra's gaze shifted to the girl, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes. "Then why did you act as if you couldn't see us? If I hadn't recognized you, you wouldn't have even greeted us," she accused. Blake explained, "It's not that I didn't want to greet you, but revealing my identity in public can be problematic. You know how it is. Once I'm recognized, I'll be swarmed by people. So I thought it best not to greet you right away to avoid any trouble, planning to explain later." As he spoke, he adjusted his cloak to cover the upper half of his face more securely. Mrs. Worley, having listened to Blake's explanation, nodded in understanding. "I see, you were trying to avoid drawing attention. That's reasonable. So, you're helping this young lady? I'm curious. Could you tell us more about it? Of course, if you're in a hurry, we can discuss it some other time." It was somewhat forward of Mrs. Worley to inquire about Blake's private affairs. However, concerned for her daughter's well-being and hoping to alleviate any potential distress, she felt compelled to ask. "It's fine. We're not in a rush," Blake reassured them. "Let's find a place to sit, and I'll explain everything." Blake understood their concerns and knew it was best to clarify the situation sooner rather than later to prevent any misunderstandings, especially with Cassandra's tendency towards jealousy. Rebecca, aware of the scrutinizing looks from Cassandra and Mrs. Worley, remained calm and followed Blake without hesitation. She had learned enough about him to trust in his actions. 10 minutes later, seated outside a dessert shop, Blake shared the story. "You mean you've been busy rescuing 10 obscurials, including this young lady?" Mrs. Worley asked, looking at Rebecca in astonishment. The survival of an obscurial beyond the age of 10 was a rare occurrence, often considered a hopeless case. Yet Blake had managed to cure Rebecca? Cassandra was equally shocked. The thought of this frail-looking girl enduring such a tragic past, losing both parents and becoming an obscurial, was unimaginable. She empathized deeply, realizing she might not have coped any better in Rebecca's situation. "When I was undertaking this, Professor Dumbledore was involved as well. You can verify with Professor Dumbledore if you wish," Blake continued. His involvement in rescuing obscurials was indeed a significant matter. Furthermore, introducing Rebecca, a fellow orphan, to the wizarding world was a kind and understandable gesture. Feeling embarrassed for their earlier suspicions, Cassandra and Mrs. Worley were taken aback. Cassandra apologized. "Blake, please don't be upset. I saw you ignoring me, and I just—" "It's okay, Cassandra. I understand your feelings," Blake interjected, offering a comforting smile. "In fact, I should be the one apologizing for not greeting you sooner. I didn't mean to cause any misunderstanding." Blake spoke with a gentle firmness. "I acknowledge you not out of fear of trouble, but because I genuinely mean it. And regarding my response to your invitation, it's not that I'm being dismissive. I truly have been tied up with commitments recently. However, I assure you, as soon as I find the time, I will make it a point to visit. My efforts to mend the relationship with Mr. Worley are sincere, not out of desperation or to belittle myself." Upon hearing Blake's words, Cassandra's spirits lifted, and she struggled to contain her excitement. It was clear to her that Blake's intentions to repair his relationship with his father were for her sake. Observing her daughter's reaction, Mrs. Worley couldn't help but realize how deeply Cassandra was influenced by Blake. Every emotion, happiness, anger, sadness, and joy was tied to him. In that moment, Mrs. Worley felt a connection with her husband's perspective, understanding his feelings more than ever before. "I apologize for taking up your time, Blake. And Miss Blake, you are always welcome in our home whenever you find the opportunity," Mrs. Worley said as she stood up. She then paused, her gaze fixed on Blake. "I hope the promises you've made to Cassandra today are genuine. Please, don't let her down." "Mom, Blake would never lie to me," Cassandra interjected with conviction. Chapter 519, Your Brother and I Are Very Strong. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Worley and her daughter, Blake and Rebecca found themselves once again wandering the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. Amidst the throng of shoppers and the cacophony of haggling vendors, Rebecca turned to Blake with a question that seemed to weigh heavily on her mind. "Brother Blake, were you lying to Mrs. Worley earlier?" she asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Blake stopped in his tracks, turning to face her with a puzzled expression. "Why would you think that?" he inquired. Rebecca bit her lip, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "It's just that. Mrs. Worley seemed skeptical of what you said, and I couldn't help but wonder if maybe—" Blake nodded, understanding the root of her concern. "It's true that Mrs. Worley has every reason to doubt me. After all, Cassandra places an immense amount of trust in me, and as a mother, Mrs. Seth Worley is naturally protective. But you should know, the promises I make are not given lightly. Cassandra and I have faced numerous challenges together, and our trust in each other has been forged through those trials." Rebecca looked down, a hint of guilt coloring her features. "I'm sorry, Brother Blake. I shouldn't have doubted you." Blake offered her a reassuring smile. "It's okay to question things, Rebecca. I'm not infallible. But when it comes to those I care about, I strive to be as honest as possible, like the promises I've made to you." Her eyes lit up at his words. "Yes, you've kept every promise you made to me." Blake's expression turned solemn. "Actually, there's still one promise I haven't fulfilled. The third promise I made to you, remember?" Rebecca's face fell as realization dawned on her. "The cause of my parents' death," she whispered, a storm of emotion swirling in her eyes. Blake saw the flicker of hatred in her gaze and nodded gravely. "Yes, it was him. 2 wizards broke into your home, and—" Rebecca's reaction was unexpectedly calm as she processed the information. "Why? Why would they do such a thing?" Blake sighed, the weight of the truth heavy on his shoulders. "You're an obscurus, Rebecca. Your power is something many would kill for. So they killed my parents to trigger my transformation into an obscurus, hoping to claim my power for themselves." Rebecca's voice was hollow, her mind racing to piece together the implications. Blake had always known Rebecca to be intelligent, her insight into her own condition proof of that. "Exactly," he confirmed, the cruelty of their actions undeniable. The revelation of the Dark Wizard's motivations, spurred by Blake's own tumultuous past, filled him with a sense of guilt towards Rebecca. She took several deep breaths, fighting back tears. "Brother Blake, you've kept your word. The 3 promises you made to me have now been fulfilled," she said, her voice steadier than before. Blake paused, then spoke with a determination that brooked no argument. "Not yet. There's still one thing left to do. We need to find those wizards, or rather the organization they belong to." Rebecca's eyes widened in alarm. "Brother Blake, that's too dangerous. Please, don't risk yourself for this." Blake looked at her, his expression firm. "Rebecca, never underestimate us. Your brother and I are very strong." As they ventured deeper into a dense jungle, a dimensional door opened, and Blake and Rebecca stepped through. Blake surveyed their surroundings with a critical eye, his brow furrowed in thought. These dark wizards certainly have a penchant for secrecy, choosing lairs hidden within these remote forests. They seem unafraid of encountering Tom. "Brother Blake, who's Tom?" Rebecca asked, her curiosity piqued. Blake chuckled. "Oh, he's just a peculiar old man without a nose. Claims to have no abilities, but he's quite unique." Rebecca scratched her head, trying to imagine what this Uncle Tom might look like, but the more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Suddenly, the quiet of the forest was shattered by the sound O-F movement. Surrounding them in the dense underbrush, more than 10 figures emerged, their intentions unclear. Huh? And who might these little lambs be, coming straight to my door? The leader eyed the 2 children before him with a predatory grin, as if he were looking at 2 lambs ready for slaughter. Suddenly, an exclamation broke the silence. That's Blake Green. Blake Green? Who's that? Is he famous? With a dismissive snort, the person next to the questioner smacked him on the head. You really should read the newspapers more, not knowing who Blake Green is. Never mind, all you need to understand is that capturing him will fill our pockets with galleons. Wait, the little girl with Blake. What about her? She's the obscurial who vanished that day. Really? Ha ha ha, today really is our lucky day. 2 big prizes have just walked right into our trap. Blake tightened his grip on Rebecca's hand reassuringly. Don't be afraid, Rebecca. These are the people responsible for your parents' demise. Today, we'll ensure they face the justice they deserve. It's time to fulfill the promise I made to you. Despite the gravity of the situation, Blake and Rebecca remained calm, which only served to infuriate their adversaries. The leader, growing increasingly anxious, barked an order, "Get them!" In an instant, a barrage of coma spells was unleashed towards them. However, a golden magic shield sprang up around Blake, enveloping him and Rebecca in its protective embrace. The dark wizard's spells were powerless against Blake's superior magic, leaving them in stunned silence. Keep attacking. Don't just stand there, the leader commanded. The dark wizards resumed their assault, launching a flurry of spells that intensified in density. Yet, their efforts were futile. Not a single spell could mar the surface of Blake's shield. Seeing their attacks rendered ineffective, Rebecca's fear gave way to relief. Brother Blake, you really weren't lying. You are incredibly strong, she exclaimed with admiration. Of course, I told you I am, Blake replied, his gaze fixed on the frustrated dark wizards. Raising his right hand, he summoned a storm of blood-red lightning. Rebecca, you might find this next part quite impressive, he said, snapping his fingers. Instantly, a deluge of red lightning descended, striking all the dark wizards simultaneously. They were enveloped in smoke and fell to the ground, rendered unconscious in a single, decisive blow. Blake clapped his hands lightly as blood-red chains emerged from his palms, swiftly binding the incapacitated dark wizards. These people were merely part of a group led by a dark wizard, responsible for orchestrating your parents' murder. So, Rebecca, what do you wish to do with them? Seek vengeance as they did, or have them imprisoned in Azkaban? Don't suppress your feelings. Tell me your decision. Blake's words were meant to guide Rebecca through her turmoil, hoping she would confront her emotions and find closure, enabling her to move forward. Rebecca pondered deeply, wrestling with her thoughts. Finally, she looked up at Blake and asked, "What spell did they use to kill my parents?" Avada Kedavra, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, Blake answered honestly. So, can I use it now? Blake nodded solemnly. Other young wizards might not, but you, Rebecca, you can. Chapter 520. But I refuse. Our family resides in Godric's Hollow. I've informed them about your situation, so there's no need to be nervous. They're all very welcoming, Blake reassured as he opened the dimensional door. Rebecca's complexion paled slightly, yet her eyes sparkled with a mix of apprehension and excitement. Blake wondered if her excitement stemmed from visiting Godric's Hollow or from the recent events. He pondered, do all the women in the Blake family possess a streak of madness? Let's go. I'll lead the way, Blake said. Rebecca nodded and stepped through the dimensional doorway. Blake cast a final glance at the charred remains of the forest behind them before entering the gate with a stoic expression. Upon arriving at Blake's house in Godric's Hollow, Ariana discreetly informed Blake, "The 2 individuals you asked me to monitor have finally made their move." Blake understood immediately that Ariana was referring to the Bellatrix sisters. Hiding in the dense forests of Morishan Mountain might have kept them off the radar, but their decision to reside in Malfoy Manor made them easy to track. Blake's network of informants quickly relayed their location, thanks in part to the Malfoy family's house elves. No wizarding family with house elves could escape Ariana's extensive intelligence network. Oh? Blake's interest piqued. It seems they finally found their way back to their den. The den Blake referred to was Voldemort's hideout. He had refrained from eliminating the Bellatrix sisters immediately, knowing they could lead him to Voldemort. Now, with all of Voldemort's Horcruxes destroyed, finding him would mean the end. Ariana, puzzled, asked, "They hardly ever leave the manor. How do they know the way back?" "Someone must have deliberately informed them," Blake speculated. "Who would that be?" "Whoever rescued them must have guided them," Blake concluded. "Keep tracking them, using the guise of the fourth disaster as before. We can't risk exposing our true identities to those orchestrating these events, and inform me immediately upon locating the person. This won't be easy." After their conversation, Blake proceeded towards Rebecca's new room as if the discussion had never occurred. Ariana, meanwhile, placed her coffee cup back on the kitchen table and vanished silently into the depths of the house. In the Albanian forest, Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange trudged through the dense underbrush. "Bella, aimlessly searching this vast forest isn't going to work," Rodolphus expressed his concern. Bellatrix shot him a fierce look. "What? You're not eager to find our master?" Rodolphus was taken aback, hastily clarifying, "No, it's just, the forest is so expansive. Finding the Dark Lord this way seems nearly impossible." "I will find him," Bellatrix asserted, pulling out a map. After surveying their surroundings, she chose a direction and pressed on. "Bella, who told you the Dark Lord was here? Was it Snape?" Rodolphus inquired. "Snape? That traitor wouldn't lift a finger to help. He'd be thrilled if the Dark Lord never returned," Bellatrix scoffed. "Perhaps we've misjudged Snape? He seemed sincere, and he didn't retaliate when we attacked him," Rodolphus suggested tentatively. Bellatrix laughed derisively. "You know nothing. The Dark Lord killed Lily Potter, that mudblood. You should have seen how Snape groveled, begging for her life. Fortunately, the Dark Lord ignored his pleas. Snape's hatred for the Dark Lord is undeniable. He would never wish for his return." Rodolphus fell silent, unable to counter Bellatrix's argument. They both knew of Snape's obsession with Lily Potter. If the Dark Lord had indeed killed her, Snape's hatred would be justified. Bella's determination was palpable as she prepared the ritual in the secluded woods, her actions swift and precise. Rodolphus, ever wary of his formidable wife, dared not question her further after a sharp rebuke. The chosen spot seemed ordinary, nestled within the dense forest, elevated slightly, but otherwise unremarkable. Without a word, Bella produced a small bowl and a piece of incense. With a flick of her wrist, the incense ignited, releasing a pungent, unusual aroma as it was cast into the bowl. The immediate effect was startling. A rustling sound enveloped them, and Rodolphus, despite his upbringing on a snake farm, felt a chill run down his spine as they were suddenly encircled by a multitude of snakes. His confusion was met with a stern command for silence from Bella, who was intently scanning the serpents with a feverish gaze. The snakes parted, creating a path for a diminutive black snake that slithered towards them. Bella's reaction was one of sheer ecstasy. She recognized their master in this unlikely form and rushed towards it with reverence. The little snake, upon hearing Bella's voice, paused and then, raising its head, revealed a human face. Rodolphus, catching a glimpse of those malevolent eyes, collapsed alongside Bella, recognizing the visage of Voldemort. The snake, with Voldemort's voice, expressed a dire need for a new body, a temporary vessel created through dark magic to recuperate his strength. Bella, eager to serve, pledged her assistance and inquired about the necessary steps to construct this new body. Voldemort, weakened by his efforts, promised to divulge a potion recipe and the details of the dark ritual required. Meanwhile, in Godric's Hollow, Blake was imparting the essence of magic to Rebecca, emphasizing the power of concentration over the mere recitation of spells. Rebecca's innate talent for magic made her an eager and quick learner. However, their lesson was abruptly paused as Blake sensed the need to attend to urgent matters, leaving Rebecca to practice on her own. Exiting his home, Blake encountered Nagini, who was carrying tea and snacks. After informing her of his brief departure, Blake retreated to his subspace, transforming from the prodigious young wizard into the enigmatic leader of a dark wizard faction. He then traversed through a dimensional door, arriving instantly in the Albanian forest. There, Blake was met by several members of his organization who informed him of Bella and Voldemort's location. Despite their offer to assist, Blake dismissed them, hinting at potential dangers even they might not withstand. His concern hinted at the formidable adversaries they might face, underscoring the gravity of the situation that awaited in the depths of the forest. Facing the group of red cloaks on the open sea, they found themselves evenly matched. To avoid putting his companions in danger, Blake decided it was best to proceed alone. This approach was not only more convenient, but also eliminated the risk of his team being compromised. Given that the fourth natural disaster had limited members, it was crucial to avoid unnecessary harm. Okay, the members of the fourth natural disaster agreed before vanishing into the woods. Wasting no time, Blake pressed on. His proximity to Voldemort's true form allowed him to sense the dark and feeble magic that lingered in the air, guiding him even in the absence of a physical guide. Suddenly, Blake halted. A familiar, sinister presence caught his attention. Ahead, he spotted a recognizable figure in red, casually leaning against a tree with a goblet of suspicious red liquid in hand, smiling at him. I knew Voldemort's resurrection would attract those seeking to stop him. I've been tracking the spies sent after us, the man said with a grin. I left them be, curious about who was behind them. I considered many possibilities, but I never expected it to be you. Blake's voice was cold and measured. Dracula? If memory serves, you're supposed to be dead. I scattered your ashes myself. He had suspected the red cloaks were up to no good, assuming another vampire was behind it. But the reality before him was far more shocking. Dead? In a manner of speaking, yes, but not entirely, Dracula chuckled. The body you knew is gone, but I am far from dead. Who says a man can only have one body? Blake assessed Dracula, realizing the vampire's power was as formidable as ever, matching the strength of the Dracula he had encountered at sea. This meant Dracula had clones, potentially many, each as powerful as the last. Blake's heart sank. This enemy seemed even more daunting than Voldemort, who had been difficult to kill due to his Horcruxes. How could he possibly defeat Dracula if he couldn't destroy all his clones? Blake recalled a prophecy made by Nicholas Flamel, wondering if there truly was no way to prevent Voldemort's resurrection. Death. It's been ages since I've pondered over it. In a way, I am immortal. Curious about my secret to eternal life? Dracula teased. Join me with your fourth natural disaster, and I'll share my method. You're here because of Voldemort, aren't you? Dracula scoffed at Voldemort's quest for immortality, criticizing his method of splitting the soul as foolish. My way is far superior. Imagine the endless possibilities with eternal life. Knowledge, wealth, everything. Isn't that tempting? Blake offered a smile, though it lacked warmth. Your offer is intriguing. Exactly. Who wouldn't want an endless life? The benefits are limitless. Dracula exclaimed, his excitement palpable. However, I refuse, Blake replied calmly. Dracula's smile vanished, replaced by a look of confusion. So your quest isn't for immortality. What then? Are you here to maintain peace in the wizarding world? Spare me the pretense. That's Dumbledore's concern, not something a leader of a dark wizard organization should care about. What's your real motive? Blake's response was icy. Do I need to justify my actions to you, Dracula? Move aside, or I'll destroy your clone once more. Oh, you're quite the character, Dracula said, his tone a mix of amusement and challenge as the tension between them thickened. Anger surged within Blake, but he remained composed, countering Dracula's threat with a calm, "Then you can give it a try." A sinister black skull materialized in his hand, a clear symbol of his mastery over undead magic. Dracula, however, seemed unfazed and retorted with a hint of smugness. One of me might indeed be no match for you, but what if there were many of me? No sooner had he finished speaking than numerous red figures emerged from the forest. Blake's eyes widened in surprise as he realized that these figures were all clones of Dracula, each possessing strength comparable to the original Dracula he had encountered at sea. Blake felt a stroke of luck that he had instructed his allies to evacuate earlier. Otherwise, ensuring their safety amidst this new threat would have been impossible. So, this is your confidence, Blake mused aloud, understanding the situation. You've created numerous clones. By extracting your soul and letting it remotely control these bodies, you've achieved a form of immortality. Dracula couldn't hide his delight at Blake's deduction. Exactly. You're quite perceptive. You see, you can't kill me because you can't find my true soul. My clones are endless, and my soul thrives, nourished by countless bodies. Despite the daunting revelation, Blake was not deterred. The clones, though formidable, did not know that Blake had barely tapped into his true power during their last encounter. Necromancers, after all, excel in turning the tide against overwhelming odds, using their cunning and mastery over death itself. Blake knew that Dracula's claim of endless clones was an exaggeration. The creation of such powerful duplicates would require a significant sacrifice. Then I shall destroy each one I encounter, Blake resolved. With that, the black skull in his hand unleashed an enveloping darkness, casting a shadow over the area. Beneath Blake's feet, a massive six-pointed star magic circle emerged, pulsating with a terrifying aura of death. It seemed as though the magic circle served as a conduit to a mysterious and potent plane of death. The sight and the overwhelming aura of death forced all the Dracula clones to retreat. Even beings as formidable as vampire clones found the intense presence of death unbearable. Blake's display of power was not just a show of force, but a declaration of his unwillingness to be intimidated. With the undead magic at his command and a strategic mind, he was ready to face the army of Dracula clones, no matter the cost. Chapter 521, Blake's first contracted undead creature. What have you done? For the first time, the smile vanished from Dracula's face. Dracula found himself unable to laugh, yet it was Blake who did. Naturally, I had to seek assistance. Otherwise, facing your multitude alone would surely place me at a disadvantage, wouldn't it? I'm beginning to think neither of us is quite human, Dracula remarked, a hint of resignation in his voice. You're correct. As a necromancer, my summons are far removed from the realm of the living, Blake responded confidently. Necromancer? Ha! I've only encountered that term in Muggle literature. I never imagined it was a reality, Dracula said, his tone laced with disbelief. However, his banter was more strategic than it appeared. He was deliberately stalling for time. He had quickly deduced that whatever entity Blake, the leader of the Fourth Calamity, had summoned must be both formidable and unusual. Despite the strength and doubled combat power of his clones, Dracula was uncertain how many assistants Blake could call forth. An overwhelming number of summons could complicate his plans to deal with Voldemort. Thus, buying time for Voldemort to retreat seemed the most prudent course of action. After all, Voldemort still served a purpose to him and could not be allowed to perish just yet. As for alerting Voldemort, Dracula wasn't concerned. The commotion here was significant enough that Voldemort, ever cautious about his own survival, would likely keep his distance. Blake, perceptive as ever, realized Dracula's tactic. You're quite the talker. Are you waiting for something? Perhaps for Voldemort to make his escape? Why are you so intent on killing Voldemort? Blake inquired, snapping his fingers. The hexagram beneath his feet suddenly ignited with energy. This 943 gang is nothing but a force of destruction. I refuse to watch them tear my world apart. Your world? Interest sparked in Dracula's eyes. So you aspire to dominate the world? Ambitious indeed, but ruling the world can be dreadfully dull. However, since you harbor such ambitions, I suspect you'll find the ancient powers that be more amenable to negotiation. Those ancient powers? Blake caught the emphasis, his curiosity piqued. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a massive bone claw emerged from the perimeter of the magic circle. Although Blake still had questions, he chose not to engage further in dialogue. His true sight had already revealed Bella clutching a small snake, beginning her retreat. For a moment, Blake considered employing supreme magic to break through Dracula's encirclement, such as opening a dimensional gate. However, Dracula's soul was not present, meaning that destroying all the clones here wouldn't truly defeat him. Utilizing supreme magic would also risk exposing Blake's true identity to Dracula. Blake knew he couldn't afford to reveal his true identity to someone as formidable as Dracula, especially with an unknown secret lurking behind him. Exposure would endanger those close to him indefinitely. Given the strength of Dracula's clones, Blake's other abilities offered no quick solution to break through the blockade. Revealing too many of his trump cards could also jeopardize his identity. Thus, he resorted to the undead magic that the leader of the Fourth Calamity was already known for. Among his undead magic arsenal, only the large-scale summoning of undead creatures could swiftly eliminate Dracula's clones. The only downside was the necessary preparation time. Otherwise, Blake wouldn't have engaged in idle chatter. As he had mentioned, he was merely waiting for the cooldown of his ultimate move. With the preparations complete, another thunderous noise echoed as a second massive claw emerged from the magic circle. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dracula no longer dared to hesitate. Sensing the immense power of the summoned entity, all of Dracula's clones transformed into red phantoms. Launching a swift assault in the direction Blake had already encountered the formidable physical prowess of these Dracula clones. Unlike the vampires of the Harry Potter universe, these creatures boasted an extraordinary physical condition that served as their deadliest weapon. However, their advance halted abruptly 5 meters from Blake, and they retreated as if fleeing from an unseen threat. "You react very quickly," Blake remarked, his voice laced with amusement. In the distance, several Dracula clones withdrew slowly, as that their expressions twisted in agony. Blake observed the rapid festering of their skin, a gruesome sight. Despite their powerful regenerative abilities, which allowed their skin to heal simultaneously, the pain inflicted was unimaginable. "What did you do? What was that?" Dracula demanded, his voice thick with pain and anger. He was visibly shaken by the sudden turn of events. Blake's response was calm and collected. "It's merely a trick from the necromancer's arsenal. Did you think a necromancer would be unprepared, waiting idly for his demise?" He gestured towards the ground in front of him, where rows of peculiar pink mushrooms had sprouted, releasing a fine, dust-like substance into the air. This substance formed an invisible, toxic barrier that caused the clone's skin to ulcerate upon contact. If you didn't possess such a formidable self-healing ability, this minor encounter would have been catastrophic for your clones. Blake continued, his curiosity piqued. "I wonder, with so many clones, do you share their sensations of pain? If 5 of your clones are injured, do you feel 5-fold the pain?" Dracula fell silent, his expression darkening. Blake's smile widened, sensing he had struck a nerve. This vulnerability in Dracula's cloning ability was a significant disadvantage. Without further delay, the creature behind Blake emerged fully. A massive bone dragon, its body as black as ink and its bones smooth as jade, towered over them. Green flames flickered in its deep eye sockets, replacing where eyes should have been. This dragon, with its wings and thick forelimbs, was unlike any fire dragon known in their world. Dracula recoiled at the sight of the behemoth, while Blake frowned slightly. His intention had been to summon a host of high-level undead creatures through necromancy, yet he had only managed to summon this single bone dragon. Despite its formidable appearance, Blake wondered if it would suffice. With no other options, Blake commanded the dragon, "Crush them!" The bone dragon leaped forward, soaring over Blake's head and landing amidst the Dracula clones with devastating force. The clones, swift as they were, narrowly avoided being crushed, except for one who had been slowed by the poison and was pinned under the dragon's claw. The clone's scream was more agonizing than any sound of pain before, not just from the physical crushing, but from a corrosive power emanating from the bone dragon that was far more lethal than the poison. In moments, half of the clone's flesh and blood had been corroded away, showcasing the terrifying might of Blake's summoned creature. The clone was severely corroded, its bloody skeleton exposed. This level of corrosion even overpowered their renowned self-healing ability. The remaining Dracula clones watched in horror as one of their own was destroyed. Dracula, in a quick decision, severed the connection with the afflicted clone, sparing himself from the excruciating pain. However, the brief moment of agony nearly overwhelmed him. "It seems your method of immortality has its flaws," Blake remarked, observing the disintegrated clone with a hint of mockery. "Sharing the sense of pain among yourselves? That seems like a significant oversight." In the eye sockets of the bone dragon, 2 green lights focused intently on the clones. Dracula felt a shiver down his spine, perceiving a trace of contempt in the dragon's gaze. "My method of immortality is flawless. You simply fail to understand its intricacies." The Dracula clones responded in unison before merging into a single entity. The clones exploded into a cloud of blue, dye mist, which then coalesced. Blake, understanding the importance of seizing the moment, did not hesitate. The bone dragon, his newly summoned undead creature, charged forward. As the bone dragon neared the blood mist, it opened its jaws wide and unleashed a torrent of black, ink-like dragon breath, engulfing the mist. Dracula's screams echoed as the dragon's breath inflicted severe damage. "Quite thoughtful of you to gather all your clones in one place, making it easier for my bone dragon," Blake taunted. Despite the onslaught, a red mist began to push back against the dragon's breath. Dracula, now a single entity with scars rapidly healing, struggled against the black breath. Interesting. The clones can merge, enhancing their abilities, though not as much as one might expect, Blake mused. He noted that the combined strength of the clones did not add up as anticipated. Merging 10 clones resulted in the power of roughly 7, wasting the potential of 3. Dracula's forced consolidation of his clones was a direct result of Blake's pressure, revealing strategies Dracula had hoped to keep hidden. "You should be proud to have pushed me this far. But do not underestimate me," Dracula declared, managing to repel the bone dragon and interrupt its breath. "You're starting to resemble a punching bag," Blake commented, noting Dracula's gradual recovery. "It seems you now have the strength to contend with my bone dragon. Take your time. I wish you luck," he added, turning his attention towards Voldemort. Dracula was momentarily taken aback, his focus having been on his immediate pain and recovery. He hadn't considered that, despite merging his clones to withstand the bone dragon's power, he was unable to stop Blake from pursuing Voldemort. However, he quickly regained his composure. The delay had allowed Voldemort to escape, and finding him, especially for someone known as the leader of the future, would be no easy task. In his assessment, Voldemort's magical prowess might not have been exceptional, but his aptitude for evasion was notably impressive. After all, he had managed to conceal himself within the depths of the forest for nearly 4 years, eluding even Dumbledore's keen senses. Dracula's contemplations were abruptly shattered by a fierce onslaught from the bone dragon before him. "Ah, you fiend, what have you conjured? It's torturing me!" Blake arrived shortly at the scene where Bella had encountered Voldemort. Surveying the area, he noticed a small, discarded bowl and a cluster of snakes writhing on the ground. It was clear that Voldemort had fled, this time spirited away by Bella and her companions. Blake employed a tracking spell, hoping to pinpoint the destination of Bella's group following their disapparition. Despite his disdain for the intricacies of apparition magic, he acknowledged its uniqueness. Without witnessing the act of disapparition himself, Blake knew it would be challenging to trace their journey's end. The traces left behind by apparition faded quickly, vanishing within minutes and rendering tracking nearly impossible. Could it be that one of the 2 outcomes foreseen in Nicolas Flamel's crystal ball is destined to occur? Blake mused, somewhat incredulously. The notion that, despite his intervention, Voldemort could still elude capture was baffling. Does this mean that even with my involvement, the prophecy foretelling the tragedy of Harry's family remains unaltered? And what of Dracula's sudden appearance? The world seemed to be spiraling into chaos. Perhaps rushing leads to mistakes. This is becoming tedious, Blake muttered to himself, turning to leave. Although he hadn't succeeded in capturing Voldemort, he considered the prospect of apprehending this clone of Dracula. Chapter 522, The Opportunity to Form an Army of Undead Creatures. When Blake returned to the battlefield, he found Dracula transformed into a formidable vampire king. Despite his impressive display of power, Dracula was only managing to hold his own against the bone dragon. It wasn't that Dracula, in his combined form, was weaker. Rather, it was because Dracula could feel pain, unlike the bone dragon, which, devoid of flesh, was impervious to such sensations. Consequently, while a blow from the bone dragon inflicted significant pain on Dracula, the most Dracula could do in return was to leave mere scratches on the dragon's pitch-black skeleton. As the battle raged on, Dracula's situation grew increasingly dire. Despite his formidable powers, he found himself evenly matched, and the bone dragon only seemed to grow more ferocious with each attack. Utilizing not just its physical prowess but also a variety of arcane magics, the bone dragon was a relentless opponent. It became clear to all observers that Dracula was on the brink of defeat. Realizing his precarious position, Dracula had been seeking an opportunity to escape. However, the bone dragon proved to be an insurmountable obstacle, thwarting every attempt at retreat. Dracula's frustration mounted, and just as he was about to resort to his ultimate move in a desperate bid for freedom, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. "You can't defeat my bone dragon if you're so impatient," Blake remarked casually, his voice cutting through the tension. Hearing Blake's words, Dracula's heart sank. Alone, he was struggling against the bone dragon. The addition of Blake, a leader of the fourth natural disaster, spelled certain doom. Regret filled Dracula's mind as he recalled his overconfidence and lack of preparation that led to his defeat by Blake at sea. He had thought his 20 clones would be sufficient to handle Blake this time, but he had underestimated the latter's ability to summon such a formidable bone dragon from an unknown plane. Dracula knew that if his combined clone were captured or destroyed, the loss of his 20 clones would be a devastating blow, one he could not afford. After all, his mission was merely to execute orders from higher up and to aid Voldemort in a future scheme. His objective had been to merely stall Blake, yet here he was, facing utter defeat. As despair took hold, Dracula's combat became increasingly disorganized. Caught off guard, he was struck by the bone dragon's claw and sent crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Blood spurted from his mouth as pain contorted his face. The bone dragon loomed over Dracula, its massive claw pinning him down. Its gaping maw released a gathering black mist, signaling the imminent unleashing of its dragon breath, a final, devastating attack. Glancing at Blake, who had yet to join the fray, Dracula realized the futility of his situation. "You have been sabotaging our plans. You have no idea how powerful we are. Be careful, we will not let you go so easily." Dracula's warning was cut short as the dragon's breath engulfed him, silencing him mid-sentence. Blake, observing the scene, noted Dracula's silence before the dragon's breath hit, indicating that Dracula had severed the connection with his clone to avoid feeling the pain of the final blow. With a clap of his hands, Blake signaled the bone dragon to cease its attack. In the crater, all that remained of Dracula's clone was a peculiar skeleton, as white as jade. It must be acknowledged that the merged clone is indeed formidable. Its bones are so resilient that not even the peculiar breath of a dragon can damage them, and its strength far surpasses that of any single clone. The bone dragon lay beside Blake, silently awaiting his next command. Blake patted the dragon's skeletal frame before squatting down to examine the bones in the pit, his eyes lighting up with excitement. What does a necromancer treasure most? The answer is the myriad of powerful skeletons and corpses at their disposal, which is why necromancers are often viewed with fear and suspicion. However, Blake considers himself to be on the side of good, with no interest in senselessly killing for the sake of gathering bones to create zombies. Moreover, he doesn't overly depend on undead magic. Until now, the most formidable undead creatures under his command were a lich, crafted from the remnants of Voldemort's soul, and a recently summoned bone dragon. But now, before him, lay the complete and mighty skeleton of a vampire king, a treasure Blake couldn't possibly ignore. It presented an opportunity to create a third powerful undead creature to bind to his will. Blake has always been driven by the desire to increase his strength, which is why he remains so dedicated to hunting for treasure. He instructed the bone dragon to cleanse the vampire king's skeleton with its breath, erasing all traces of Dracula's essence. Satisfied with the preparation, Blake carefully stored the cleansed skeleton. After dealing with the vampire king's remains, Blake turned his attention to the bone dragon. He knew that once an undead creature was bound by a contract, it could not return to its original plane of existence. This meant the bone dragon would serve him loyally until either the contract was broken or Blake's life ended. Upon closer inspection, Blake sensed the presence of several powerful undead auras emanating from the dragon. Further investigation revealed that these were the souls of unfortunate beings who had been summoned alongside the dragon but were consumed by it when it became ravenously hungry during the summoning process. This incident highlighted the bone dragon's superior strength compared to other undead creatures. "So I managed to summon an SSR tier creature on my first try?" Blake mused. The bone dragon roared in response, its eyes glowing with what Blake interpreted as anticipation. followed by a wave of hunger that he could feel. Ah, so you're hungry, Blake realized. The dragon's excited claw patting on the ground confirmed Blake's suspicion. Wanting to test a theory, Blake retrieved a box from his pocket and opened it, releasing a Dementor. The bone dragon immediately inhaled deeply, consuming the Dementor in one swift motion. The creature vanished without a trace, leaving the dragon visibly satisfied. Only one Dementor and you're full? Ah, so you feed on negative energy, Blake deduced. Given the dense negative energy Dementors possess, they provided a unique form of sustenance for the bone dragon, despite its lack of a physical stomach. I'm relieved you can subsist on Dementors. I wouldn't want to hunt for human souls to feed you, Blake remarked. During the Azkaban uprising, he had intentionally spared 2 Dementors for research. With his mastery over undead magic, Blake had discovered how to harness Dementors, turning them into a sustainable food source for his new ally. Blake had discovered a groundbreaking method to sustain his growing army of undead creatures, including Dementors, by creating a continuous supply of food for them. This innovation meant that expanding his forces with more undead creatures was not just a possibility, but a certainty. The potential to amass an entire army of the undead was within reach, promising a significant boost in the power of the so-called fourth natural disaster. After ensuring his newly acquired bone dragon was well fed, Blake used an elf ball to store it away. He then checked his system interface, noting that the bone dragon was categorized under undead magic rather than magical animals, highlighting a clear distinction between the 2 entities within the system. Shortly thereafter, Blake found himself in a cemetery, standing before a tombstone marked Tom Riddle. However, the grave had been excavated, and the bones of Tom's father were missing, having been taken months prior to the Azkaban riots and Bellatrix's escape. This premature grave robbing meant that the key component for Voldemort's resurrection, Old Tom's bones, was already in play, complicating Blake's plans. Blake surmised that the theft was the work of the Wish of Chaos or the mysterious forces allied with Dracula, rather than Voldemort himself, who was currently incapable of such an act. This revelation, coupled with information gleaned from a recent encounter with a clone of Dracula, suggested that the world was evolving in unexpected and often unfavorable ways due to Blake's interventions. Despite these setbacks, Blake considered the possibility that Voldemort might still attempt to resurrect himself at this very cemetery, a location foreseen in Nico Flamel's predictions. Deciding to keep a vigilant watch over the site, Blake turned his attention to other matters. Elsewhere, Bellatrix and Rodolphus, looking disheveled and desperate, discussed their next move with a weakened Voldemort, who, currently inhabiting the body of a small black snake, advised against seeking refuge with the Malfoys, labeling them as untrustworthy. The trio resolved to find a safe hideout and focus on creating a stronger body for Voldemort, whose soul was suffering in its current form. After dealing with Dracula's skeleton, Blake returned home, shedding his formidable persona to reassume the role of a harmless young genius. He greeted Nagini solemnly before retreating to his room, contemplating the increasingly perilous world his actions had helped shape. Recognizing the growing dangers, Blake resolved to accelerate his efforts to empower his friends and family, understanding that despite his own considerable strength, he couldn't protect everyone at all times. He was determined to ensure that when crises arose, his loved ones would be capable of standing strong on their own. In a brief span of time, the goal was to impart the knowledge of supreme magic to them, as they were considered allies. The presence of Blake functioned akin to a powerful router, continuously broadcasting signals that enabled others to harness supreme magic. Without him in this world, or if he were to venture into the subspace, the ability for others to wield supreme magic would vanish. How can I ensure that the people in this world continue to wield the power of supreme magic in my absence? Blake pondered, lying on his bed in deep thought. Blake, have you had anything to eat? Nagini's voice came from outside the door, breaking his reverie. Oh, not yet, Blake replied, sitting up. He realized he had been so engrossed in his thoughts that he had forgotten to eat. I've made some dessert. Please have some. Don't go hungry, Nagini urged. Okay, Blake responded, opening the door to find Nagini standing there with a plate in hand. Thank you, he said, accepting the dessert. He knew he needed to nourish himself if he was to tackle the problem effectively. Taking the dessert back to his desk, Blake began to eat. The sweetness revitalized him, clearing his mind and lifting his spirits. "Blake, are you all right? You seemed a bit down earlier," Nagini inquired gently, taking a seat beside him. Blake nodded. "Yes, there's a challenge ahead, but don't worry, I'll find a solution." Nagini hesitated before speaking. "Blake, you don't have to bear everything on your own. If you're facing difficulties, please share them. We're here to support you. Remember, you're not alone." Pausing mid-bite, Blake considered her words. "You're right, Nagini. However, some tasks require my personal attention, but rest assured, I'll always find a way through any challenge. Isn't that right? But I'm concerned about you. I just have this uneasy feeling," Nagini confessed, her worry evident. Blake's response was thoughtful, acknowledging the weight of his responsibilities while also recognizing the support around him. The conversation highlighted the importance of community and the challenge of balancing personal duty with the willingness to seek help. Chapter 523, Dementors, an ideal choice for the delicate skin of undead infants. Bad feeling? About me? Blake's curiosity was piqued. "Not exactly. I just have a sense that a lot of unfortunate events are on the horizon," Nagini said, her brow furrowed in concern. Blake considered Nagini's premonition to be quite accurate. With Voldemort's resurrection on the horizon, turmoil was inevitable. Despite his confidence in handling Voldemort, Blake was aware that there would always be unforeseen obstacles. It seemed that Voldemort held some allure for certain factions, complicating any efforts to neutralize him once more. "Don't worry, Nagini. Whatever is meant to happen will happen. We just need to face it with a positive attitude. So far, I've managed to resolve every issue when I've taken it seriously. I'm not worried," Blake reassured her, though his tone carried a hint of introspection. He suddenly felt a kinship with Dumbledore, understanding the weight of expectations placed on those perceived as powerful. The notion that, with great power comes great responsibility, rang true, highlighting the solitude that often accompanies strength. "By the way, Mr. Grindelwald stopped by earlier, but you were out," Nagini mentioned. "What was he doing here?" "He's not worried about being thrown out by Uncle Aberforth, is he?" Blake asked, amused. "Aberforth was away. He brought a bunch of tickets and wanted you to invite your friends to the Quidditch World Cup finals," Nagini explained, handing Blake a ticket. "Quidditch World Cup?" Blake mused, almost having forgotten about it amidst the chaos. The recent Azkaban breakout and the escape of 2 Death Eaters, while serious, wouldn't overshadow such a significant global event. Recalling that Crouch Jr. had escaped after the last final and the unexpected Death Eater rally, Blake resolved to attend. "Are you going?" Nagini inquired. "Of course I am," Blake responded without hesitation. He knew many of his friends would be attending, and he wanted to ensure their safety in case of any disturbances. The idea of preemptively warning the Ministry of Magic without concrete evidence seemed futile, given their history of disregarding even Dumbledore's advice. Upon examining the tickets, Blake discovered they were all for the VIP box, a testament to Grindelwald's influence. The World Cup starts on August 22nd. Perfect timing after our global tour in August, Blake noted, already planning ahead. "Tour?" Nagini asked, intrigued. "Oh, I forgot to mention, I've built a yacht. We'll set sail together. And don't forget your swimsuit," Blake said, his spirits lifted by the thought of the upcoming journey. Amidst the looming threats, this trip was a beacon of positivity. "Okay," Nagini replied, her smile hinting at her anticipation. Time flew, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Blake spent his days enriching Rebecca's magical education and his nights in his subspace laboratory, engrossed in his projects. Meanwhile, Voldemort and his followers had vanished without a trace, eluding even Blake's extensive intelligence network, not to mention the Ministry of Magic. But then again, Voldemort was no ordinary foe. Blake had always been known for his intelligence, but now, with him at the helm, locating them would prove to be a far more challenging task than before. After his meal, Blake retreated to his room, only to seclude himself within the subspace shortly after. The subspace was undergoing orderly development in many areas, yet the desert region remained untouched. This was partly due to its harsh environment, suitable only for certain magical creatures adapted to desert life. More importantly, it housed Blake's laboratory, a place strictly off-limits to others. Blake's secrecy wasn't born out of fear of his secrets being discovered, but rather it was a measure to protect others from the highly dangerous experiments conducted within. Standing before his laboratory, Blake was greeted by an expansive sea of sand. He opened a suitcase, meticulously arranging various instruments around him on the sand. These instruments formed a circle, at the center of which lay a circular stone platform. The platform, stained a sinister shade of red, seemed as though it was drenched in blood, exuding an ominous aura. After a thorough inspection, Blake, satisfied, retrieved his wand. With a graceful motion, he cast a spell, sending a faint blue ray into the sky. A translucent shield materialized above the desert, signaling that it was safe to commence the experiment. Blake then produced a small silver bottle from his cloak, the very one he had acquired in France, filled with negative emotions. This time, however, the bottle was replenished not only with the emotions initially extracted from Rebecca, but also with those Blake had gathered from various locations. Negative emotions were abundant and easily harvested. A simple levitation spell above London sufficed to collect a vast array of resentments born out of life's hardships. Upon opening the bottle, a dense, jet-black mist escaped, the concentrated negative emotions Blake had collected. The sight of such despair could easily overwhelm the average person, driving them to seek psychiatric help. Even Blake, a proficient practitioner of ancient magic, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. However, he refrained from absorbing these emotions, not out of reluctance, but due to the limitations imposed by ancient magic. There was a cap on the daily intake of negative emotions, a restriction that even Isidora Morgana, a predecessor in ancient magic, had to contend with by constructing a vast container beneath Hogwarts to store the surplus of emotions she could absorb. With a flick of his wand, Blake directed the unsettling black mist into a large apparatus. Once the mist was fully contained, he eagerly turned a switch on the control panel. Instantly, the alchemical equipment sprang to life. Blake watched the control panel intently, and after 10 minutes, he pressed another button. The blood-red stone platform at the center began to glow, and a peculiar magic circle, reminiscent of those used in summoning undead creatures, appeared. From it, black mist rose, and suddenly a decayed hand emerged, followed by the abrupt appearance of a Dementor leaping out from the magic circle. "Ha! Success!" Blake exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. As Blake spoke, new Dementors began to materialize within the magic circle. Soon, the sky above the testing ground was swarming with Dementors, their presence prevented from escaping by a protective shield. The sheer number of these creatures caused a noticeable drop in temperature across the site. However, Blake, having prepared in advance, was unaffected by the cold. He confidently summoned his lich, Tom, and gestured towards the sky teeming with Dementors. "Tom, look at that! It's a feast for you. Go ahead, dinner is served." The lich, upon seeing the Dementors, rushed towards them with evident excitement. Dementors, beings of pure negative energy, were the perfect sustenance for undead creatures like him. Blake had chosen not to let the lich absorb the negative energy directly, likening the process to the preparation of food for humans. A well-cooked steak, after all, is far more enjoyable and beneficial than a raw one. In no time, the lich had devoured nearly half of the Dementors in the sky. However, as the creation of Dementors continued, the lich quickly became overwhelmed. "I can't finish them all. It's too much," it lamented, having gone from elation to near bursting in mere minutes. Blake, slightly disgusted by the gluttony, stored the lich away, remarking on its excessive consumption. Yet, he couldn't deny the significant benefits the lich had gained from the feast, musing that it might soon evolve into a Lich King, a state that would grant it a physical form. Next, Blake hesitantly summoned his bone dragon, recalling how it had been satisfied with just one Dementor previously. This time, however, the bone dragon's reaction was different. Upon release, it looked at the Dementors, then at itself, as if in disbelief that all were meant for it. Encouraged by Blake, the bone dragon took to the skies with joy, clearing the sky of Dementors with astonishing efficiency. Unlike the lich, the bone dragon seemed to have a bottomless appetite, consuming every Dementor that appeared. Blake was astounded by the bone dragon's capacity, recalling how it had been content with just one Dementor before. The bone dragon's subsequent roar and its laid-back demeanor as it continued to feast revealed its earlier restraint had been out of shyness and fear of being sent back for being too gluttonous. Blake realized the bone dragon had been acting reserved during their first encounter. As the bone dragon casually caught and consumed Dementors, Blake couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and resignation. He had initially thought the day's production of Dementors would suffice for summoning a multitude of undead creatures the following day. The bone dragon's insatiable appetite, however, proved him wrong. The bone dragon's satisfied roar and the faint consciousness Blake sensed afterward highlighted the unique bond between them, one that had grown stronger through this unusual feast. The realization dawned on Blake that the bone dragon could now communicate with him, a revelation that stemmed from the creature itself. One can sustain its own consumption, and more can be directly converted into its own power, the bone dragon had explained. This newfound communication was a result of the bone dragon consuming more Dementors, absorbing their potent negative emotions, which in turn enhanced its abilities and even expanded its wisdom. As a result, Blake found that his interactions with the bone dragon were becoming increasingly fluid. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Blake considered this development to be quite advantageous. After recognizing that formidable entities like Dracula might merely be pawns in a larger game, he acknowledged that his fourth natural disaster, the bone dragon, still had room for growth. Given the relatively low power ceiling of his current world, Blake pondered the possibility of summoning additional combat forces from other realms. The endless reservoir of negative emotions was a resource ripe for the Dementors' harvesting, and their prowess in battle was not to be underestimated. However, Blake quickly shelved the idea of seeking out other planes for reinforcements. The undead, with their significant potential for development, seemed sufficient for his needs. Before long, the flow of Dementors into the magic circle ceased, likely due to the depletion of the negative energy that had been fueling their arrival. At that moment, Blake noticed a remarkable transformation in the bone dragon. The creature's magical aura intensified, signaling a leap in its power level. More intriguingly, its appearance underwent a notable change. The previously skeletal wings began sprouting fleshy membranes, hinting at a possible regeneration of its physical form. Does this mean that if your strength increases to a certain extent, you can regenerate your flesh? Blake mused, his interest piqued. The prospect of the bone dragon oscillating between a skeletal state and a fully fleshed form opened up new possibilities for its integration into the world without the need for disguises. And what of the Lich? If it could regain its physical body, would it bear a resemblance to Tom? This thought sparked a renewed sense of anticipation in Blake, as he contemplated the potential transformations awaiting his undead allies. Chapter 524, The Bone Dragon's Transformation and Grindelwald's Calculated Generosity. Due to the bone dragon's insatiable hunger, Blake found himself once again gathering a plethora of negative emotions to continue the production of Dementors. It wasn't until the first light of dawn painted the sky that the bone dragon, with a satisfied burp, declared it could eat no more. At this moment, a significant transformation had occurred in the creature's appearance. Its wings, previously adorned with only a hint of flesh, had fully regained their original, fleshy appearance. The rest of its body remained skeletal, yet the will-o'-the-wisp glowing within its skull shone brighter than ever before, indicating a substantial increase in its power. Now, if it were to face Dracula in his combined form again, victory would easily be within its grasp. However, despite the regrowth of some flesh, the bone dragon remained impervious to pain, a fact that brought Blake a measure of relief. Feeling pain would have meant a reduction in its undead advantages. Fortunately, this new flesh was merely a magical manifestation and did not signify a true return to life. At its core, the creature remained an undead being. After instructing Laurep to keep the desert area off limits, Blake left the bone dragon in a subspace to digest its meal. Returning to his room, Blake, who had spent the entire night awake, grabbed a refreshing potion, tilted his head back, and drank it down. He then settled at his desk to write letters to his friends, determined not to waste the generous stack of tickets Grindelwald had given him. After setting aside a few for personal use, he distributed the rest. Well, these 3 are for Cassandra's family, this one is for Hermione, and these 2 are for Luna's family, Blake mused as he allocated the tickets. To his astonishment, once he had finished distributing them, there were none left. He couldn't help but laugh at the realization. Grindelwald, you cunning old man, did you calculate this precisely? To think I'd just finished sending them to the girls and their families, and then they'd be gone? How could you be so certain I wouldn't invite any boys? You sly old fox, you really do have a knack for understanding people, Blake remarked, amused by Grindelwald's foresight. He then noticed that even the new addition, Rebecca, had been accounted for in Grindelwald's calculations. It was clear that Grindelwald wouldn't extend this courtesy to Aberforth, Ariana, Dumbledore, and others, meaning the tickets were indeed meant for Blake, Nagini, and Rebecca. After setting aside the completed letters, Blake began drafting a thank you note to Grindelwald, contemplating a suitable gift to express his gratitude. Grindelwald's thoughtful gesture deserved more than a mere acknowledgement. Once all the letters were written and the tickets securely placed in their envelopes, Blake summoned Ching, his reliable messenger. Here, help me deliver these letters, he said, handing her the thick stack. Ching, with a roll of her eyes that conveyed her exasperation, chirped in protest. Tweet, 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 again! Though she never truly minded assisting Blake with his deliveries, the predictability of the destinations made the task somewhat tedious. I know, but I'm fortunate to have many friends, and it's important to maintain those connections. If you're tired, just think of the delicious meal waiting for you upon your return, Blake coaxed. With a resigned chirp, Ching took the letters in her beak and vanished from sight. Left alone, Blake pondered over the perfect gift for Grindelwald. Despite knowing that Grindelwald might not expect much, Blake felt compelled to find something truly special, especially considering the uncertain times ahead and the potential dangers facing influential figures like Grindelwald. The elderly gentleman had recently been dedicating himself to noble deeds, significantly enhancing a welfare institution, and, as a result, greatly improving his reputation. If his claims of having no further ambitions and desiring to avoid trouble were genuine, then Blake had no wish to see harm come to this reformed individual. Well, in the past, Grindelwald was a formidable opponent to Dumbledore, managing to duel him to a standstill. Beyond his own considerable power, much of his strength was attributed to the Elder Wand. It seems he might indeed be missing a wand of sufficient power? Blake pondered, recalling the method he employed to craft a wand for Rebecca. Perhaps he could replicate the process to create a potent wand for Grindelwald. While a homemade wand might not rival the Elder Wand in power, it would undoubtedly surpass any ordinary wand, significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of any wizard in this world. Acting on his idea, Blake, well acquainted with the specifications of Grindelwald's wand, swiftly gathered the necessary materials from his system's inventory. The wand's body would be made of composite materials, specifically wood akin to that of the Elder Tree, given Grindelwald's high compatibility with the Elder Wand before Dumbledore's acquisition. As for the wand's core, the Elder Wand's core included the tail feathers of a thestral and some mysterious substance. Thestral tail feathers were readily available, but the question of the mysterious substance remained. As a necromancer, Blake was no stranger to peculiar substances. He hurried back to his subspace, presenting a thestral tail feather to the bone dragon. Come, use your dragon's breath to temper these feathers, he requested. The bone dragon, preoccupied with its meal, looked up in confusion. This feather cannot withstand my dragon's breath, it protested, now able to communicate fluently with Blake. I'm referring to the unique corrosive aura in your breath, not the breath you use for attack. Blake clarified. Even so, the feather cannot endure it, the bone dragon insisted. Blake examined the carefully selected thestral tail feather, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Could you release a bit of your corrosive aura for me to examine? He asked. The bone dragon exhaled, and a peculiar corrosive black mist emerged. Blake skillfully isolated a portion of the mist, observing it closely. He then enclosed the mist within a glass bottle, surprisingly containing the seemingly all-corrosive substance. "What is this? It's not corroding," the bone dragon exclaimed in astonishment. "This is glass, a common material. It's not that it can't be corroded, but rather that the corrosion process is significantly slowed," Blake explained. "Does this mean my dragon's breath can be easily blocked?" the bone dragon asked, concerned. Blake reassured it. "Your dragon's breath's primary attribute is its extreme temperature. This corrosion is merely a secondary effect. No matter how resistant glass is, it cannot withstand the high temperatures of your breath, so you have no reason to worry." With the mist secured, Blake exited the subspace once more. "Actually, we have tickets. We really don't need to accept his," Mr. Worley remarked, eyeing the MIP box ticket in Cassandra's hand with skepticism. Despite having secured 3 decent tickets through his connections, they paled in comparison to the box tickets provided by Blake. "Dad, why are you always so resistant to Blake? You should really have a proper conversation with him," Cassandra implored, her voice tinged with frustration. Mr. Worley opened his mouth to respond, but was met with his wife's disapproving gaze. "Okay, I'll consider it," he conceded, the weight of his family's expectations pressing upon him. "I'm going to refund my ticket right now. As you suggested, I'll have a talk with that young man," Mr. Worley announced, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Great, thank you, Dad," Cassandra exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I don't mean to prevent you from interacting with him, but I'm concerned. That young man doesn't seem very committed. I'm afraid you might be misled by him," Mr. Worley expressed, his tone laced with sadness. "I understand, Dad," Cassandra reassured him, swiftly picking up the ticket and dashing back to her room, leaving Mr. Worley alone, his spirits dampened. He couldn't shake the feeling that his precious daughter hadn't truly absorbed his words. Unbeknownst to him, Cassandra was well aware of his concerns. Blake had been transparent with her about his Neptune attributes, and she trusted him. "We should trust our daughter's judgment. Besides, you can't deny that Blake is indeed a remarkable young man," Mrs. Worley chimed in, offering her husband a different perspective. Once back in her room, Cassandra eagerly grabbed her quill and began drafting a reply to Blake. In her eyes, her father's eventual resignation was a positive sign. If things went as planned and Blake managed to have a successful conversation with her father during his visit, she might still be able to join the sea trip next month. Meanwhile, Blake was meticulously examining his newly crafted wand, testing its capabilities. The issue of the wand core had been a brief challenge, but he had ingeniously used alchemy to encapsulate the peculiar energy within a layer of alchemical substance, embedding it into the tail feathers of night geese, intricately carved with ancient runes. The wand bore a striking resemblance to the Elder Wand, except for its entirely black appearance, a result not of Blake's choice, but of the dark magic power of its core, which had turned the wand's originally white body black. Blake was currently assessing whether the wand's dark magic would influence its wielder's character. To his astonishment, the wand exhibited a remarkable distinction in use, especially when casting dark spells that typically risked corrupting the caster's mind. This wand, however, showed no such side effects. It was as if the wand possessed a sense of pride, deeming itself superior to any dark magic it was used to cast. "So I've used the most malevolent materials to craft a surprisingly noble wand?" Blake mused, amazed by his creation. The wand's power exceeded his expectations, rivaling even the Elder Wand, thanks to the mysterious mist from the Bone Dragon playing a crucial role. However, whether Grindelwald could fully harness this wand's potential remained uncertain. Blake pondered the nature of their connection, concluding that if a master-slave relationship was unattainable, a brotherly bond would suffice. As Blake was about to send another letter, he was interrupted by the pecking of the young owl he had been teasing. All right, I won't send you again. Stop pecking me," he exclaimed, half in pain, half in jest. Suddenly, a familiar owl appeared at Blake's window. It was Cassandra's owl, delivering a letter with polite efficiency before departing. Blake's lips curled into a smile as he read Cassandra's words, her efforts to sway her father and her subtle expressions of affection warming his heart. He was about to pen a reply when he paused, considering the welfare of the young owl, now asleep in its nest. He realized that their constant exchange of letters might be too demanding for the creature. Just then, Blake remembered something important and began searching his room for it, his mind already racing with plans for his next move. Pulling out a notebook, Blake was reminded of its unique purpose. This was no ordinary notebook. It was a special means of communication between him and Grindelwald. By simply writing on its pages, Grindelwald could see his messages in a corresponding notebook. Blake's mood lifted at the thought. This device would allow him to converse with Cassandra and others without risking the safety of any phoenixes or owls. Initially, Blake had used Rebecca's new owl to send a letter and a wand to Grindelwald. However, after some study, he managed to create 2 notebooks capable of intercommunicating. Holding one of the newly crafted notebooks, Blake pondered the potential it held for revolutionizing communication within the wizarding world. He recalled that his mentor, Nico Flamel, possessed an address book filled with portraits, allowing for quick contact with others who had a similar book. This method of communication had been crucial for those who covertly opposed Grindelwald during his reign of terror in Europe. If the notebooks Blake now held facilitated instant messaging, then Flamel's address book was akin to real-time video conferencing. Yet Blake was uncertain how to replicate such a device. He wondered if it would be as costly to produce as a 2-way mirror. The significance of improving communication methods weighed heavily on him, especially considering the tragic consequences of misinformation in the past. He thought of Sirius Black, whose untimely death in the original story was a direct result of a critical information gap. If Sirius had known to use the 2-way mirror to verify Harry's situation, he might have avoided his fatal mistake. Instead, Harry was misled by Kreacher's deception, leading to a series of events that culminated in Sirius's demise. Determined to prevent such tragedies, Blake wasted no time. He retrieved a 2-way mirror gifted to him by Nico Flamel and reached out to his alchemy teacher. The urgency of enhancing communication within the wizarding world was clear, and Blake was eager to explore the possibilities with Flamel's guidance. Chapter 525, The Flaw of Powerful Magic. Blake sighed, feeling the weight of his responsibilities as he held the double-sided mirror. "It seems I have a lot on my plate," he muttered, running a hand through his unkempt hair. His tasks ranged from researching the transplantation of hotspots in supreme magic to advancing communication technologies in the wizarding world, given that not everyone was adept at opening dimensional gates. Additionally, he planned to visit Mr. Worley for a discussion, check in at Slay's house, and remain vigilant against Voldemort and his cohorts. Fortunately, his identity remained a secret, buying him some time. "What's been keeping you so busy lately?" a familiar voice inquired from the mirror. Blake quickly lifted the mirror, revealing Nico Flamel's smiling face. "Ah, good morning, Nico," Blake greeted his mentor. "Good morning, Blake. You look like you've been up all night," Nico observed. "How could you tell?" Blake asked, surprised. "Let's just say I've had my fair share of sleepless nights," Nico chuckled. "So, what brings you to me this early?" Blake explained his quest for a method to achieve real-time communication through alchemy, lamenting the impracticality of double-sided mirrors due to their expensive and rare materials. Nico, intrigued by Blake's new research topic, assured him that he had worked on similar projects. Although these alternatives didn't match the double-sided mirror's efficacy, they could still prove useful. "That's fantastic. I'll come over right now," Blake exclaimed, energized by the prospect. "No, Blake, you need rest," Nico advised. "You might not feel tired, but it's important to balance work and rest. Take a nap first." Reluctantly, Blake agreed to rest, recognizing the wisdom in Nico's words. Despite his physical resilience, he acknowledged the benefits of occasional relaxation. His recent preoccupations had left him more irritable, a sign that he was struggling to manage his time effectively. The ordeal with Voldemort had taught him that rushing could lead to mistakes. Blake realized that, although he possessed great strength, his mental fortitude needed strengthening. Figures like Dumbledore and Nico Flamel, despite their lesser power, exhibited remarkable composure in adversity. Dumbledore's ability to orchestrate a complex plan despite his impending death, and his posthumous influence on Voldemort's schemes, highlighted the importance of strategic thinking beyond raw power. Perhaps I really should slow down, Blake mused, finally conceding to Nico's advice. He climbed into bed, using his wand to counteract the effects of the stimulant potion he had consumed. Soon, he drifted into a deep sleep. When Blake awoke, he was startled by a tickling sensation on his nose. Sneeze! He rubbed his nose and opened his eyes to find Rebecca teasing him with her hair. Good morning, Rebecca, he said groggily. Good morning? It's already 10 o'clock in the evening, Rebecca corrected him. Oh, then I didn't sleep as long as I thought, Blake remarked, still rubbing his itchy nose. You haven't eaten all day. You must be starving. Sister Nagini prepared a meal for you, Rebecca informed him, her concern evident. Blake's adventure continued, his spirits lifted by the support of his friends and the guidance of his mentors. He was reminded that in the complex world of magic, power alone was not enough. Wisdom, strategy, and the support of allies were equally vital. Rebecca held up a tray with a sense of ceremony. On it, a plate warmed by enchantment still radiated heat, carrying a sizzling pan-fried steak that filled the room with an enticing aroma. Thank you, Blake said, his hunger now undeniable. He settled casually on the bed, fork in hand, and began to eat with an appetite sharpened by the day's events. I noticed you hadn't sought me out all day, Rebecca started, her voice laced with concern. I was worried something had happened to you, but Nagini assured me this was normal and advised me to give you space. Yes, I was up reading quite late last night and only managed to fall asleep in the morning, Blake explained between bites, his tone casual. Really? Rebecca's expression clouded with confusion. Then why do I sense your magical power fluctuating from time to time? I thought you might have been out. Blake paused, fork midair, and looked at Rebecca with astonishment. You can sense my magical power fluctuations? Rebecca nodded earnestly. I've always been attuned to your magic. To use a metaphor, being near you is like being near the sun, so I can tell whether you're nearby or not. Blake frowned, troubled by this revelation. If Rebecca could detect his magical power so easily, could others, like Dracula, also identify him as the leader of the fourth natural disaster? This could pose a significant risk to his hidden identity. What's wrong? Did I say something to upset you? Rebecca asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. She feared her observation might have invaded his privacy. No, your insight is actually very timely, Blake reassured her, his tone serious. He had been contemplating the advice given by Nico Flamel and realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. His cloak and mask effectively concealed his appearance and aura, but not the potent magic he wielded, which was a key element of his intimidation strategy. This oversight could potentially expose his true identity if someone like Dracula recognized the unique signature of his magical power. Blake pondered the need to mask his magical presence more effectively, perhaps presenting himself as a less formidable wizard. Meanwhile, he maintained a composed exterior, engaging Rebecca in light-hearted conversation about various aspects of the wizarding world as if nothing was amiss. Rebecca, however, noticed a subtle shift in the magical aura surrounding Blake. Her unique sensitivity as an obscurial allowed her to detect the gradual weakening of his once dominant magical power, a change so slight it would go unnoticed by others. By the time Blake finished his steak, his magical presence, previously as radiant as the sun, had diminished to the faint glow of a candle. Looking up into Blake's gentle gaze, Rebecca understood the significance of what she had witnessed. Rebecca, can you keep this a secret for me? He asked, his voice soft yet earnest. Meeting his gaze, Rebecca nodded without hesitation. I will. And you seem much more approachable now than before. I was a bit intimidated by you initially. Chapter 5-6, A Daring Proposal. You mean let me surrender to them? A hoarse voice echoed in the dimly lit room, emanating from a figure lying on a simple bed. Beside the bed, Bellatrix Lestrange was perched, her expression tense. Upon hearing Voldemort's displeased tone, she quickly clarified in a low voice. No, Master, that's not what I meant. The suggestion came from those who rescued us. Do you know who they are? Voldemort inquired, his voice laced with suspicion. I'm not sure, Master. I only met one of them, and he was incredibly powerful. Bellatrix recalled the encounter with the red-cloaked figure, a hint of unease in her voice. Voldemort fell silent. He knew Bellatrix's loyalty and her fervent madness. She was unyielding to anyone's control but his. Even Dumbledore had never swayed her. Yet, this mysterious person had managed to influence her. Clearly, this individual's power was not to be underestimated. After all, orchestrating a Dementor riot and rescuing prisoners from Azkaban was no small feat. "Show me that ring," Voldemort demanded, extending a frail, misshapen hand. In recent times, Bellatrix and Rodolphus had used dark magic and potions to craft a temporary weak body for Voldemort. Though fragile, this body was a significant improvement over his previous serpentine form. He could feel his strength gradually returning along with his confidence. Bellatrix handed him a ring left by the red-cloaked figure. The message accompanying the ring suggested that Voldemort would have to surrender and wear it as a sign of allegiance. Voldemort's slender eyes flashed with fury as he examined the ring. "How dare he attempt to enslave my soul?" he roared, his anger palpable. Bellatrix, nearly petrified by his reaction, stammered, "That ring, it would enslave you to him if you wore it." Voldemort laughed bitterly, his anger turning into disdain, and he flung the ring to the ground. "I have only ever demanded others' surrender. No one dares ask me to yield," he declared coldly. "I must regain my full strength as soon as possible." Despite his outrage at the proposal, Voldemort acknowledged the power of this mysterious individual. He knew he needed to recover his strength swiftly to avoid being vulnerable to his enemies. His confidence in his own abilities remained unshaken. After all, during his reign of terror, only Dumbledore had been a worthy adversary. Now, resurrected and feeling more formidable than ever, Voldemort was eager to reclaim his position of power. "Master, what should we do next? Should we reach out to our former allies?" Bellatrix inquired. "No, until I have regained my strength, we must not contact anyone. Besides, there's another group out there intent on killing me. We must keep our whereabouts hidden," Voldemort instructed, his voice steady yet commanding. "Another group?" Bellatrix asked, puzzled. "Don't you remember? In the Albanian forest we stumbled upon a battle. If I'm not mistaken, one side was our rescuers, and the other sought my life," Voldemort explained. "Could it have been Dumbledore?" she ventured. "It wasn't Dumbledore. His style is unmistakable, and he lacks the resolve to kill so decisively. The intensity of that battle was a matter of life and death, a sentiment Dumbledore is too noble to embrace. He's a hypocrite, too cowardly to even harm a fly," Voldemort sneered. "But how can you be so certain those fighters were there for us? Could it have been a coincidence?" Bellatrix asked cautiously. Voldemort dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand. "There are no coincidences in this world. The one who wants me to surrender knows I am of great value. We must be vigilant and prepare for what lies ahead." Voldemort analyzed the situation with a calm demeanor. "There's some advantage for him in this, so he'll certainly protect us until I no longer hold any value. Moreover, he's aware of my location. This means, while you were searching for me, he was likely observing you from the shadows." He paused, reflecting on the recent events. "The timing of your rival was too coincidental. Just as you found me, a battle erupted nearby. The scale of the disturbance was a clear indication that those involved were no ordinary individuals. Therefore, there's only one logical explanation. A third party attempted to assassinate me, and the person who rescued you intervened to stop them." Bella, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "Then we must find a place to hide immediately." "There's no need," Voldemort responded with a wave of his hand. "The individual in the red cloak you mentioned will handle the third party for us. He's fully aware of our current position and intends to use me for his own ends. Well, I plan to turn the tables and use them to my advantage." Despite the precariousness of his situation, Voldemort remained unflustered. Unbeknownst to him, his Horcruxes had been destroyed, yet he clung to the belief in his immortality. "Even if the third party or the red cloak turns against me, I have no fear. At worst, I'll simply go into hiding and bide my time. In a few years, I can deceive another unsuspecting fool into aiding my return." As for the lives of Bella and Rodolphus, in Voldemort's eyes they were expendable. "So, Master, what must we do to aid in your resurrection?" Bella inquired, eager to serve. Voldemort's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. "First, I require the blood of a particular boy." "Which boy?" Bella asked, puzzled. "Harry Potter." Voldemort hissed the name with venom. The very thought of the boy who had once defeated him filled him with rage and humiliation. He vividly remembered the despair and indignation he felt when his killing curse was miraculously rebounded that fateful night over a decade ago. "I need the blood of my enemy," Voldemort stated, barely containing his fury. "After our escape from Azkaban, Dumbledore will undoubtedly fortify Harry Potter's protection. Approaching him might prove challenging." Bella voiced her concerns, aware of Harry Potter's significance and the inevitable increase in his protection following their escape. "Given the difficulty, perhaps we should consider an alternative for your resurrection, Master. You have many enemies. Capturing any random individual in Diagon Alley who bears a grudge against you would be far safer." "No, Bella. It must be Harry Potter's blood. It's the only way to ensure my curse will affect him. His mother invoked an ancient protective magic that shields him from me. Yet, I must be the one to end him," Voldemort insisted, driven by an obsession rooted in the prophecy that had haunted him for years. The prophecy foretold that one must die at the hand of the other, and Voldemort was determined to fulfill this destiny using Harry's blood. This was the only way to circumvent the protective magic and ensure his victory. Voldemort's impatience and the pressing need to regain his power left him with no choice but to pursue Harry Potter's blood for his resurrection, despite the challenges that lay ahead. Blood had become an urgent task that needed completion in a short span of time. Bella clenched her teeth, her resolve hardening at the thought of her target, Harry Potter. She was determined to fight with all her might. "Master, besides the boy's blood, what else do you require?" she asked, her tone laced with determination. "I still need—" Before Voldemort could finish, the decrepit door burst open, and Rodolphus rushed in, his entrance abrupt and unannounced. "What are you doing?" Bella snapped, her anger flaring at Rodolphus for his rudeness and for interrupting her deeply respected master. "No, it's not," Rodolphus stammered, visibly shaken by Bella's fury. "There's an unexpected corpse outside, and 10 more messages." He glanced fearfully at Voldemort, adding, "They're messages for the Master." The room fell into a tense silence. After a moment, Voldemort's hoarse voice cut through the stillness. "Bella, take me to see." Bella nodded, quickly rising to her feet to assist Voldemort. At this moment, Voldemort's appearance was grotesque, resembling a baby covered in venimo, the snake scales. In the original story, he used Nagini's venom to create a temporary body. However, without Nagini, he resorted to the venom of other snakes, which proved less effective. Unlike the Voldemort of the original narrative, who could cast spells, this version of Voldemort was rendered spell-less and weak. Bella carefully carried him out of the living room. The room they had been using was actually a travel tent, now relocated to a secret hideout for safety. Rodolphus had been on guard duty, which made the appearance of an unexplained corpse and messages all the more alarming. It seemed impossible for such actions to occur unnoticed under Rodolphus's watchful eye, unless he was incapacitated. Yet, here was the undeniable truth. In the tent's living room, a dark skeleton lay on the ground, a chilling sight. Beside it, on a table, was an inscription that read, "I know you won't surrender easily. It's okay. I will wait for you. When you fall into despair, consider whether to wear that ring. By the way, these are your father's bones. You need them for your resurrection, don't you?" After reading the message, Voldemort sneered, though his amusement was short-lived. He immediately commanded, "Rodolphus, preserve this corpse. It will be useful for my resurrection." Bella felt a twinge of regret. She couldn't understand why, if Red Cloak intended to aid their master's resurrection and possessed such power, he didn't simply procure Harry Potter's blood. The truth was, Dracula hadn't anticipated Voldemort's stubborn insistence on using Harry Potter's blood specifically. Dracula believed that any enemy's blood would suffice for the resurrection, which would have been a much quicker process. Moreover, delivering the skeleton before the arrival of the so-called fourth natural disaster was already a significant contribution. Expecting him to also collect blood was beyond reason. "Do you think I, Dracula, am a nanny?" he might have scoffed. "Yes, I'm sorry, Master. I was not distracted. I've been vigilant, but I don't understand how all this happened right under my nose." Rodolphus was bewildered and terrified, aware of how easily he could have been killed without even realizing the danger. "It doesn't matter, Rodolphus. It doesn't matter. Bella, administer a minor punishment." We have much to do." Voldemort dismissed the issue with a wave of his hand. "Yes, master." After returning Voldemort to his room, Bella turned to Rodolphus, her wand in hand. "Bella, what are you going to do?" he asked nervously. "Of course, I'll give you a little punishment," Bella replied, her voice cold. Meanwhile, in Godric's Hollow, Rebecca burst into Blake's room, excitement radiating from her as she brandished the Daily Prophet. "Brother Blake, you've got to see this! You're so awesome! News about you is all over the newspapers," Rebecca exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she scanned the front page of the newspaper. Blake, who had been engrossed in an address book, removed his alchemy glasses to see what had caught her attention. His own photo stared back at him from the front page, accompanied by the headline, "The youngest professor in the history of Hogwarts, Blake Green." Blake couldn't help but scratch his head, bemused by the sudden publicity. It was clear that the news of his upcoming professorship at Hogwarts had leaked. Judging by the tone of the article, it seemed Grindelwald was quite pleased with the wand Blake had provided. Without a doubt, Grindelwald's excitement had led him to let the Daily Prophet find a reason to sing his praises. And to think it was Dumbledore who had originally suggested the idea. The most outstanding and youngest genius in history. Rebecca read aloud, her admiration for Blake evident in her voice. She meant no harm. She was genuinely thrilled whenever Blake received praise. However, Blake couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment at the over-the-top accolades. "There's nothing I can do about it. Rita Skeeter has a knack for sensationalism, and her exaggerations are even more outrageous," Blake thought to himself, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the attention. "Rebecca, maybe you should stop reading that now," he suggested, hoping to steer her away from the article. "No, I want to keep reading," Rebecca insisted, her enthusiasm undiminished. Because of Blake Green's remarkable achievements in alchemy, even the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel has praised him. As a result, Hogwarts has made the alchemy course, which was originally available only after the 6th grade, an elective for third-year students, with the young Blake serving as the professor. Blake sighed, resigning himself to the fact that the story would continue to unfold in unexpected ways, with him as a new variable. The plot had already diverged significantly from what he knew. Professor Lupin, who was supposed to resign, now continued to serve as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, and the curse that seemed to plague the position appeared to have lost its power. Thus, Blake would be the only new professor next semester. However, a sudden realization made him pause. Given the history of misfortune that befell new professors, could it be that he was destined for trouble next semester? The thought of being attacked, imprisoned like the original Moody, and impersonated seemed far-fetched, yet not entirely impossible. No way, right? Surely, no one would go to such lengths out of spite. But if they dare, I'll be ready, Blake mused, determined to face whatever challenges came his way. Chapter 527, The Astonishing Nico Flamel's Address Book. The news that Blake had graduated early and was rehired as a professor at Hogwarts spread like wildfire. Already a well-known figure, Blake's fame surged anew. Being acknowledged by Nicholas Flamel as his disciple and even praised as surpassing others was a testament to Blake's exceptional alchemy skills. Dumbledore's decision to rehire him, despite all objections, served as a dual endorsement from two influential figures in the wizarding world. Achieving such recognition was rare, and at such a young age it was unprecedented. However, while no one questioned Blake's abilities, some wondered if he would be as adept at teaching. After all, possessing skill and being able to impart it are two different things. Blake's classmates were among the most shocked. Just months ago, they were peers, and now they were expected to address him as professor. The Weasley twins half-joked that Blake must have concocted a bizarre potion to influence Dumbledore's decision. The situation seemed almost too incredible to believe. Blake's home was soon besieged by a deluge of owls, carrying letters from acquaintances and Hogwarts students alike. Some sought confirmation of the news, others inquired about required textbooks, and a few humorously asked for advice on how to enchant the headmaster. The sheer volume of correspondence overwhelmed the house elves assigned by Dumbledore to assist, causing two to faint from exhaustion. Dumbledore had to intervene to prevent any serious mishaps. Unable to personally respond to each letter, Blake drafted a general reply explaining the situation and used a duplication spell to send it to all his correspondents. The Godric Valley Owl post office was inundated with these responses, a testament to the overwhelming interest in Blake's new position. With the letter frenzy behind him, Blake returned to his research on Nico Flamel's address book. This device functioned similarly to a two-way mirror, but allowed communication with the portraits of multiple individuals stored within it. Despite a slight delay in message transmission, it was a remarkable piece of alchemical innovation, far surpassing the one-to-one communication limit of a two-way mirror. Flamel, a legendary alchemist who had lived for centuries, had created this device by deconstructing dozens of two-way mirrors, a feat only possible with his extensive resources. Standing on the shoulders of giants, Blake quickly made advancements in the address book's design. He combined elements of a communication notebook, a two-way mirror, and even aspects of Voldemort's original diary to create an enhanced version. Now, Blake was finalizing the modifications with Rebecca. "Our first step is to add each other as friends," Blake began, outlining the process to Rebecca. Their collaboration marked the beginning of a new chapter in magical communication, promising to revolutionize how wizards and witches connect across distances. Both Rebecca and Blake sat cross-legged on the ground, each holding an address book with a sleek black cover. Brother Blake, what should I do?" Rebecca inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Think of a keyword and tell me," Blake instructed gently. After a moment of thought, Rebecca responded, "The obscurial one." "Okay, open the address book and inscribe that keyword on the blank page," Blake directed. Rebecca nodded, opening the address book to reveal its singular blank page nestled between the thick covers. She picked up the quill, dipped it in ink, and carefully wrote "The Obscurial" on the page. Simultaneously, Blake opened his own address book and wrote "The Obscurus" in his. As soon as Blake finished writing, both address books began to glow with a soft white shimmer. Above the keyword in Rebecca's address book, Blake's portrait materialized, and similarly, Rebecca's portrait appeared above the keyword in Blake's book. This innovative feature was designed to prevent confusion and ensure accuracy in identifying contacts, especially if multiple users chose identical keywords. Now, with the addition of portraits, users could easily find and add the correct person without mistakes. "Okay, now place a check mark on the portrait," Blake said, demonstrating by marking Rebecca's portrait in his book, which caused it to dim slightly. Rebecca quickly did the same, marking Blake's portrait in her book. Instantly, their portraits in each other's address books lit up, and the keywords vanished, leaving only the portraits behind. Rebecca gazed in amazement at the animated portrait of Blake in her address book, who was smiling and winking at her. Below the portrait, his current name, Blake Green, was displayed. "To contact me, just speak to my portrait. Give it a try," Blake suggested. Rebecca nodded and addressed the portrait, saying, "I'm looking for Brother Blake." Instantly, Blake's address book emitted a soft white glow and a gentle vibration. Opening it, Blake saw Rebecca's page illuminated. Touching her portrait with his wand, it blurred momentarily before Rebecca's surprised face replaced the original portrait. "Hi," Blake greeted, waving from within the address book. Rebecca, astonished, saw that Blake's portrait in her book had also transformed to show his current appearance, complete with his smile and wave. This is just like making a phone call," she exclaimed. "Actually, it's more akin to a video call," Blake corrected with a smile. "Video call? That's a perfect comparison." Rebecca marveled, unable to put the address book down. She realized that no matter where Blake went, she could use this magical device to communicate with him. Moreover, this device also features a messaging function. If I'm unable to respond to your call due to other engagements, you can leave a message for me in the blank space under my portrait. "Try it," Blake explained. Eagerly, Rebecca picked up the quill and wrote beneath Blake's portrait, "I like Brother Blake the most." As soon as she finished, Blake's address book glowed blue. Opening it, he found Rebecca's message beneath her portrait. Seeing the heartfelt message, Blake couldn't help but scratch his head, then tapped the message with his wand, causing it to disappear from both address books. "The message vanishing means I've seen it," Now, if you try to contact me again, I might be able to respond, Blake said with a smile. Wow, this is incredibly convenient, Rebecca exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She then pondered, but if there's only one blank page, does that mean an address book can only connect with one friend? Blake smiled, ready to explain further, hinting at more secrets with a magical address book yet to be discovered. Blake smiled and suggested, why don't you open the address book again and take a look? Puzzled, Rebecca reopened the address book, only to be astonished to discover that, beyond the page featuring Blake's portrait, an additional blank page had mysteriously appeared. This is merely a simple, permanent copy spell. I conceived the idea while replying to a letter a few days ago. As soon as you write the keywords on the designated spot, a new blank page materializes, allowing us to continuously add new friends. To facilitate quick access to friends as the list grows, I've also integrated an automatic sorting feature. The names will be organized in alphabetical order, Blake explained, his innovation evident in the practicality of the design. Rebecca glanced at Blake's own address book, noting it contained just a single filled page. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. So, I'm the first person you've shared this with? Yes, indeed. I've only made a few of these books and wanted you to help me test it. It appears the experiment has been a resounding success, Blake remarked, oblivious to Rebecca's flustered state. He proceeded to place a brand new address book alongside a user manual into a small vanishing cabinet. Included were the instructions for crafting the address book, a detail he planned to share with the esteemed alchemist, Nico Flamel, anticipating the old man's astonishment and commendation. Since the introduction of the newspaper, Blake's system space had been inundated with low-level treasure chests. He hoped that the addition of higher-level chests would expedite the creation of the next supreme treasure chest. Upon reopening the vanishing cabinet, Blake was thrilled to find a diamond treasure chest, a reward from the system triggered by Nico Flamel's amazement, a reaction unattainable from ordinary wizards. Inside the cabinet, the address book had vanished, replaced by a small note simply stating, Alchemist. Blake quickly wrote Alchemist on the newly copied blank page of his address book, and Nico Flamel's friendly portrait materialized. After marking the portrait with a pen, Blake initiated a video call, as indicated by the white glow emanating from the page, a feature he had intentionally differentiated from the blue light signaling text messages. Tapping Nico Flamel's portrait with his wand transformed it into a live image of Flamel himself. It's astonishing, Blake, exclaimed Nico Flamel, brimming with excitement. You've achieved this in such a short time. Messaging, video calls, and all at such a low cost. You're bound to be awarded another Order of Merlin for this. I dare say, even Merlin himself would be astounded by your invention. Flamel acknowledged the original address book's limitations, including its fixed contact list and relatively high production costs. Blake's version, however, not only drastically reduced these costs, but also addressed the original's inability to add contacts dynamically. Adding friends in real time, this is a groundbreaking invention, Flamel praised. Blake modestly shared his initial inspiration. I actually wanted to mimic Muggle telephones, where everyone has their own phone number, but found it too cumbersome. With the existing framework, I simply adapted it. Blake's innovative approach not only streamlined communication within the wizarding world, but also bridged a gap between magical and Muggle technologies, showcasing his ingenuity and foresight. Blake had only gleaned a little from Nicholas Flamel's address book, opting instead to refine the concept based on an existing framework. This approach was the key reason behind his rapid development of the new invention. Oh, I envy you, Blake. Your imagination and creativity far surpass those of an old man like me. Despite having lived in the Muggle world for quite some time, it never occurred to me to draw inspiration from the telephone, Nicholas Flamel admitted. No, Nicholas, it's simply that you hadn't revisited the address book concept. After all, when you first created it, Muggle telephones hadn't yet become widespread, Blake responded. All right, let's set aside the compliments. I must say, your invention couldn't have come at a better time. It solidifies your standing in the realm of alchemy. No one can question your skills now, Nicholas remarked. I wish someone would challenge me, but alas, Such individuals are scarce these days, Blake said, a hint of regret in his voice. He enjoyed proving his detractors wrong, but adversaries like Shafiq were few and far between. You're quite the character. Most worry about being doubted, yet here you are, longing for it, Nicholas said, shaking his head in disbelief. By the way, you mentioned that this address book could revolutionize communication within the wizarding world. Have you thought about how to promote it? Simple. We'll advertise. We'll use newspapers and magazines for publicity, Blake replied confidently. He knew that Grindelwald's Daily Prophet and the popular The Quibbler, both under his influence, would not hesitate to support his venture. The next consideration was who would manufacture and distribute the address book. For production, Blake planned to employ the idle house elves in subspace, ensuring the technology remained secure. However, finding a suitable distributor proved more challenging. Blake immediately ruled out any individuals or organizations linked to the fourth natural star, as he couldn't risk exposing his identity prematurely. Concerned about finding a distributor? Nicholas asked, a smile playing on his lips. It's not so much concern. I'm just struggling to find the right partner, Blake admitted. He owned several stores, but for a product intended for the global wizarding community, a single storefront would not suffice. Blake, you've overlooked someone, Nicholas chimed in. Who? Blake inquired eagerly. Nicholas pointed to himself. Me, of course. Do you have any idea how much wealth I've accumulated over the centuries? I don't, Blake confessed. Neither do I, Nicholas laughed. It's simply too vast to keep track of. I've lost count of my many ventures, yet they continue to thrive, thanks to the capable hands managing them. Nicholas Flamel was no mere recluse. His extensive experience and wealth positioned him as an ideal partner for Blake's ambitious project, promising to revolutionize communication within the wizarding world. Chapter 528, How Dare You Insult Blake Green? It had only been a few days since the news broke that Blake had become the youngest professor ever when an eye-catching article appeared in the Daily Prophet. The headline, bold and large, announced, Magic Address Book, Contact People One Step Faster. This article introduced a magical communication tool, a method of contact far quicker than using an owl. Simultaneously, an article about the Magic Address Book was featured in the latest issue of The Quibbler. Both articles concluded with a list of stores worldwide where this innovative magic address book could be purchased. As the advertisements were released, shops selling these magic address books quietly opened in wizarding commercial centers akin to Diagon Alley. Wizards, drawn by the reports, flocked to these shops and quickly discovered the convenience of the magic address book. Upon further inquiry, customers learned that this product was associated with Blake Green. The most popular story circulating was that Blake had discovered this magical address book in Nicholas Flamel's home and had significantly enhanced it. As a result, Blake Green's achievements became a hot topic of conversation once again, boosting his reputation and prestige. Thanks to Blake's efforts, this incredibly useful product was made affordable. Any attempts to discredit or blackmail him were swiftly countered by his legion of supporters. Some even proclaimed that if the past 50 years were Dumbledore's era, the next 50 would belong to Blake Green. Customers could simply purchase a magic wand and receive their own magic address book in the store, which thoughtfully included a 1-year warranty and offered a lifetime of free data transfers. This ensured that customers wouldn't need to re-add contacts when upgrading their address books. There was no product more considerate or beneficial than this. Thus, within days, the wizarding world's method of communication advanced significantly. If not for owls still being necessary for parcel delivery, they might have become obsolete, their roles shifting from postmen to couriers. Good night, Hermione, Blake waved to the address book before closing it. Over the past few days, his magic address book had grown from a thin volume to a thick one. While the address book proved extremely convenient for others, for Blake, it was somewhat overwhelming. His address book was constantly alight, buzzing with people seeking him out or leaving messages. Naturally, those who contacted him were close friends or acquaintances, a testament to the challenges of being a popular figure. Fortunately, it was late at night, and after his conversation with Hermione, no more video calls came through, though messages continued to pour in. Blake patiently responded to each one, bidding them good night. "Oh, this address book is excellent in every way, but it does tend to use up a lot of ink," Blake mused, capping his pen and turning the page. He was greeted by Professor Babbling's portrait and a message beneath it. "Mr. Filch has successfully gathered hundreds of squibs from around the world to establish a magic script association. Their inaugural meeting is set for June 30th. You mentioned you'd like to attend?" Blake stroked his chin, recalling the conversation. Indeed, he had asked Filch to reach out to the squibs. After making contact, he had promised to meet with them, share insights on the magic of card tricks, and deliver a speech. It was an engagement he had been looking forward to. Blake had almost forgotten about the task he had assigned to Filch, but he was pleasantly surprised to learn that not only had Filch successfully contacted numerous squibs, but he had also gone as far as to establish an association. Blake mentally commended Filch for his initiative and then began to pen a response. "Yes, I will participate. I am confident that exposing them to the allure of ancient runes and the wonders of card magic will significantly benefit the advancement of the new concept of ancient runes. So, Professor Bablin, G, will you join us?" Shortly after, the ink on the parchment faded and was replaced by a line of elegant script. "Of course, I will participate, as you said, Professor Green. This will indeed have a profoundly positive impact on our cause. Your approach is brilliant. Allowing squibs to cast spells introduces a revolutionary concept to ancient magic. This way, those traditionalists will have no grounds to oppose my efforts to modernize the teaching of ancient runes." A slight smile played on Blake's lips. The evolution of ancient runes was essential. It was a tragedy that such a magical script had been relegated to merely a translation tool. Moreover, the plight of squibs was particularly heart-wrenching. As the lowest tier within the wizarding community, squibs could see the magic around them, but were faced with the harsh reality that they could not wield it themselves. They were often looked down upon by both their families and society. However, with the introduction of magic cards and large magic scrolls, even squibs could wield magic. More importantly, they could create these magic cards and scrolls themselves, effectively providing them with a means to access magical abilities. This was akin to Blake discovering a new path for them to harness magical talents. What set squibs apart from muggles was their latent magical power, which they were unable to utilize. Some, like Filch, who Blake had transformed back into a wizard, possessed significant magical potential. According to the system's calculations, these individuals could be considered exceptional talents, capable of unlocking high-level treasure chests. By aiding these squibs, Blake was not only performing a good deed and gaining recognition, but also unlocking high-level treasure chests. The system's treasure chests were crucial for Blake's continued empowerment. Despite already being powerful, Blake, a Hufflepuff at heart, harbored no ill intentions. He simply aspired to become stronger. Days passed quickly, and one morning, Blake prepared to leave for the rally. In the living room, Nagini and Dabao were tending to the ever-growing rune snake, which had become large enough to swallow Dabao whole. Despite its size, the snake remained docile around Dabao, who had reluctantly assumed responsibility for its care, treating Dabao much like a mother figure. "Are you going to a party?" Nagini inquired, noticing Blake's attire. "Not exactly. I'm attending a rally today and will need to speak on stage, so I thought it best to dress appropriately," Blake explained. "What rally?" "It's for a newly formed group called the Magic Runes Association, focusing on the practical applications of ancient runes." "Ancient runes? Is that the card magic you mentioned before?" "Yes, exactly," Blake confirmed. "Can I come with you?" Nagini asked suddenly. "Really? You're interested?" Blake was slightly taken aback. "Why? I have a lot of free time, and I've studied ancient runes too. I'd like to see what it's all about." Blake nodded in agreement. "Okay, if you're interested, let's go together." Though Nagini hadn't explicitly stated her reasons, Blake understood that her curiosity and perhaps a desire to support him played a part in her decision to attend. Feeling a bit restless from staying indoors all the time, Nagini expressed her desire to venture outside. Blake, understanding her need for a change of scenery, suggested they take a trip to London, not far from Godric's Hollow. Instead of using magical means like the Dimension Gate, Nagini eagerly volunteered to drive, an idea Blake readily agreed to. As they set off, Blake noticed the spark of excitement in Nagini's eyes, realizing he might have been neglecting her feelings lately. While on the road, Blake initiated a conversation, asking Nagini if there was anything specific she yearned to do. After some thought, Nagini admitted she didn't have any particular desires, feeling content with her newfound family and human life. However, Blake challenged this notion, believing that everyone harbors some small, wishes. This prompted Nagini to confess that she sometimes felt bored but dismissed those feelings, grateful for her current life. Blake insisted that as a family, they should share their troubles and suggested that Nagini's occasional boredom might stem from spending too much time at home. He encouraged her to explore the outside world more. Nagini hesitated, revealing her fear of venturing out alone due to potential social intimidation. Unlike the welcoming environment of Hogwarts, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a sudden sense of danger. Reacting swiftly, Nagini transported them out of their car moments before it was destroyed in an explosion. They found themselves surrounded by attackers, some exuding malevolent auras from prolonged exposure to dark magic. One of the attackers, attempting to intimidate them, demanded Blake's identity. Blake, unfazed and sarcastic, questioned whether a denial would prompt an apology from them. He recognized the attack as premeditated, given his public recognition. Blake's confidence and readiness to confront the situation reflected his resilience and experience, even in the face of danger. Blake had gravely misjudged the situation. The man, clearly infuriated, sneered at him. "Ha! You might not be very skilled, but you certainly don't lack confidence. I'm not here to waste time with idle chatter. I have 2 questions for you. First, who sent you? And second, what is your purpose?" Blake demanded, his brow furrowed in frustration. The room erupted into laughter at his audacity. "Look at him, acting as if he's Dumbledore himself," they mocked. Blake's patience snapped. Unbeknownst to them, he had concealed his formidable magical power, making even the most perceptive dark wizard believe he was as harmless as a kitten. While he no longer feared his identity being exposed, being ridiculed like this was intolerable. As Blake raised his hand, ready to retaliate, a deafening boom silenced the room. The man who had just spoken was now nothing but fragments. The laughter ceased instantly. Blake turned in astonishment to see Nagini beside him. Her face contorted in rage, her wand still glowing ominously. It was clear she had cast the deadly curse. "How dare you insult Blake Green?" Nagini exclaimed, her wand ready for another strike. "Be careful! That woman is insane!" the dark wizard shouted, scrambling to counterattack. But their efforts were futile against Nagini. She effortlessly blocked every curse aimed at Blake, and within seconds, only one adversary remained, lying in a pool of blood, his companions decimated. Nagini, with the aura of a dark empress, stepped through the carnage towards the survivor. "Do you need me to repeat the questions Blake asked?" she inquired, her voice cold. Blake watched Nagini with a mix of shock and admiration. So this is Nagini? So merciless, but I can't help but admire her resolve. Chapter 529. A Cautionary Tale. When Grindelwald arrived at the scene with a few of his followers, he was met with a sight that was both shocking and bizarre. Blake stood amidst a scene of carnage, blood splattered everywhere, yet he conversed with Nagini as if they were in a serene garden rather than a battlefield. The contrast was stark and unsettling. "What's happened here, Blake?" Green DeVoe inquired, his tone heavy with concern. It was clear that an attack had taken place, one that Blake had not only survived, but had turned deadly for the assailants. However, the extent of the violence seemed excessive, even for someone defending themselves. Grindelwald, while not opposed to the idea of Blake defending himself, found the method of execution less than tasteful. The scene before him was far removed from the image he had of Blake, one that did not involve mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Nagini, upon noticing Grindelwald, couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort at the sight of her former adversary. "Someone attacked us, and then they died," Blake explained succinctly, addressing Grindelwald's unspoken question. "Is that all?" Grindelwald pressed, sensing there was more to the story. "Essentially, yes. I had intended to resolve this matter quietly, but as you can see, things escalated. I'm hoping you can assist with the cleanup, Blake said, acknowledging the need for Grindelwald's influence and resources. Given Grindelwald's reformed status and connections within the Ministry of Magic, he was well placed to handle the fallout from such an incident discreetly. Realizing Blake's request was part of a larger plan, Grindelwald signaled his men to begin cleaning up the scene. Meanwhile, Blake tenderly wiped the blood from Nagini's face, a small gesture of care amidst the chaos. So, they bore a grudge against you? Grindelwald inquired, seeking to understand the motive behind the attack. In a manner of speaking, yes. Their livelihood was threatened by a spell I created, Blake revealed. He went on to explain how his invention of a limb regeneration spell had undercut the business of these dark wizards, who profited from inflicting irreversible harm on behalf of their clients. With Blake's spell making their services obsolete, their resentment towards him grew. Grindelwald nodded, understanding the situation. What he had assumed might be a significant threat turned out to be a group of disgruntled dark wizards upset over losing their source of income. This incident highlights an important lesson, Professor Grindelwald, Blake remarked, drawing attention to himself. The more visible I become, the more I attract attention, not all of it friendly. Blake had underestimated the risk of being targeted, assuming his reputation as a formidable force would deter attackers. However, he realized that while many feared the leader known as the Fourth Scourge, not everyone made the connection to Blake Green, the prodigious yet seemingly vulnerable young wizard. This oversight had made him an underestimated target, a mistake his assailants paid for dearly. As Grindelwald's men worked to erase the evidence of the skirmish, Blake reflected on the encounter. It served as a reminder that in the world of magic, perceptions could be deceiving, and underestimating one's opponent, no matter their age or demeanor, could be a fatal error. Grindelwald, touching his nose thoughtfully, inquired, "So, what exactly do you want from me?" Blake's smile widened, appreciating the ease of conversing with someone as perceptive as Grindelwald. "I was ambushed today. Had Nagini not been by my side, I might not have survived," he explained, his tone light yet carrying an undercurrent of seriousness. Grindelwald's eyebrows arched in realization. "Ah, I see. Tomorrow, the news will spread that Blake Green, known for his lack of combat prowess, was attacked but miraculously saved by a formidable witch. This Miss Nagini will henceforth be tasked with ensuring my safety," Blake announced, his smile unwavering. Nagini, taken aback, widened her eyes in confusion. Despite Blake's formidable power, why would he need protection? Grindelwald, casting a knowing glance at Nagini, recognized the witch whose prowess he had encountered before. He was aware that the chaos was Nagini's doing, a stark contrast to Blake's usual methods. "Understood. I'll handle the aftermath. Fitz, clean up the bloodstains later. But first, let me take a photograph. This needs to be documented," Grindelwald instructed, then added, "And Blake, my thanks again for the wand you gifted me. With it, I feel as though I could easily best that old man in a duel." Blake merely smiled, offering no response. Grindelwald's confidence, while admirable, was misplaced. Despite the new wand, he was no match for Dumbledore, who, unafflicted by any curse, was at the zenith of his powers. The notion that Dumbledore was aging was laughable in a world where powerful wizards lived for centuries. Dumbledore, merely a century old, was in his prime, and with the Elder Wand now in Dumbledore's possession, challenging him would be foolhardy. Blake and Nagini approached the car, now in two pieces, but soon hidden from Muggle eyes by a spell. With a flick of his wand, Blake restored the vehicle to its original state, a feat achievable only with wands of immense power. "Let's move on," Blake suggested gently, to which Nagini nodded, starting the car. As they drove, Nagini hesitantly spoke up. "Blake, I didn't mean to." Blake looked at her, prompting her to continue. "The people. I didn't mean to. Was it wrong to save us?" She stumbled over her words. "You did nothing wrong, Nagini. In the face of an attack, defending ourselves was the only option. We're not saints like Professor Dumbledore," Blake reassured her with a smile. Yet, despite Blake's comforting words, Nagini felt a turmoil within. Her actions, though in self-defense, had reignited a primal side she thought she had left behind. The violence, the bloodshed, it was as if she had returned to a more savage state. Why had she reacted so violently? What had triggered such rage? This internal conflict marked the beginning of a journey, not just for Nagini, but for Blake as well, as they navigated the complexities of their powers and the moral dilemmas they faced in a world where the lines between right and wrong were often blurred. What is my bottom line? Oh yes, not only did they attempt to kill Blake, but they also insulted him in such a manner. Unforgivable. Huh? So, is this what I consider my limit? Nagini found herself wrestling with confusion once more. Meanwhile, Blake discreetly tapped the car with his wand, engaging its autopilot feature. By the time Nagini regained her focus, she realized the car had autonomously covered several kilometers. Sorry, I got distracted. Nagini stammered, her voice laced with panic. Had Blake's car lacked the self-driving capability, they might have encountered another accident. It's okay, Nagini. What I told Professor Grindelwald earlier wasn't a lie. I was hoping you could ensure my safety. Would that be all right? Blake inquired. You were serious? But why? She asked, puzzled. There are reasons why I prefer not to engage in combat if it can be avoided, Blake explained. A Blake Green known for his lack of combat prowess would not be suspected as the leader behind the fourth calamity. After all, it's not unusual for a teenage wizard to be inexperienced in battle. Is it really okay? Can you stay by my side and protect me? He continued. Always be with you? She echoed, seeking clarification. Yes, accompany me wherever I go. This way, you won't have to stay bored at home, right? But I'm not sure. Would you be willing to do that? Blake asked, his tone hopeful. Nagini opened her mouth slightly, pausing for a moment before firmly nodding and drawing her wand. Okay, I will always protect you. Wherever you go, I will follow. Nagini now realized that Blake didn't necessarily need her protection. He needed her assistance. Excellent. Here's to a full partnership, Blake exclaimed, taking Nagini's hand and shaking it enthusiastically. As for your compensation, let me think about it. I don't need any compensation, Nagini interjected quickly. Why should I be paid to protect my own family? She reasoned. Oh, you have a point. All right, then no compensation. However, I will give you 10% of the shares in my magical address book enterprise, Blake offered. Ah? Didn't I say I don't want any compensation? Nagini responded, slightly irritated. Oh, this isn't compensation, Nagini. We're family, aren't we? Consider this 10% as something for you to hold on my behalf, Blake tried to clarify. I don't want it, Nagini stated firmly. I know you're trying to compensate me in a roundabout way, but for me, I've already received my reward. Seeing Nagini's frustration, Blake had no choice but to relent. Okay, I'll retract the offer. Don't be upset. Well, Nagini said, taking hold of the steering wheel once more, give me back control of the driving. Her mood seemed to have stabilized. As Blake tapped the front of the car again with his wand, he advised, in future conflicts, try to be more gentle. For instance, just use the killing curse instead of resorting to explosions, bone-shattering spells, and the like. It's not that I think you're too harsh, I just prefer not to have their blood splatter on you. It's quite unsightly. Okay, I'll make an effort not to let blood splatter on you in the future, Nagini agreed. Not just about splattering on me, but, okay, let's drop it. The inaugural meeting of the Magical Text Association was set in a long, abandoned Muggle park. Since the lives of these squibs were indistinguishable from those of Muggles, this location seemed fitting. Soon, the car arrived at the park's entrance. Blake stepped out, looking up to see a cordon outside the park, guarded by two men dressed as Muggle police officers. With a discerning glance, Blake realized these officers were imposters. Squibs gathered for the rally. Their inability to use magic or Muggle deterrent spells meant they resorted to this rudimentary method to ward off any Muggles who might stumble upon the area accidentally. No entry. A young squib, masquerading as a policeman, hastily tried to dismiss Blake and Nagini. However, his companion intervened. No. Charlie, that's Blake Green. Today's rally is specifically for him. I told you to read more. Newspapers. And you said you didn't want to read. I don't want to make you sad or anything. Ah, sorry, Mr. Green. The young squib named Charlie quickly bent down in a panic. I didn't realize it was you. Please, come in. Blake smiled warmly. Let's go in together. Charlie shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. No, Mr. Green, I must stay here. If muggles stumble upon us, we could be arrested for violating the International Statute of Secrecy. It's okay. Come inside. My faithful companion, Nagini, will cast a muggle-repelling charm over this park. I wouldn't want any of my friends to miss out on the magic of card casting. Charlie's heart swelled with warmth upon hearing this. In the wizarding world, squibs often found themselves marginalized, their status arguably lower than that of werewolves, as they were almost indistinguishable from muggles. Yet here was a celebrated, genius wizard speaking to him with such kindness and consideration. The contrast to his usual treatment was stark, and Charlie found himself struggling to maintain his composure. "By the way, is everyone here?" Blake inquired. "Yes, everyone's arrived and is waiting for you," Charlie responded promptly. "Sorry for the delay. I was held up on the way here." Knowing that everyone was assembled, Nagini wasted no time. She drew her wand and began casting a series of protective and concealment spells over the park, ensuring that no muggles could intrude. Unbeknownst to them, other factions were secretly observing. "When I saw the magic enveloping this place, I knew you had arrived." Professor Babbling revealed herself at the park's entrance. She had refrained from using any concealment spells herself, waiting for Blake's arrival. Thus, when she detected someone casting spells inside, she knew Blake had made it. Blake turned, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her. Professor Babbling's intuition is as sharp as ever. "Huh? Why the dazed look? Come on in," Professor Babbling said with a chuckle, looping her arm through Blake's and guiding him into the park. Chapter 530. Squib is because he has not found a wizard who can use his own power. Don't be dis. Well, Professor Babbling, you are still as generous as ever. Blake struggled for a while before he freed his face from Professor Babbling's broad chest. Of course, this is just his own idea. At least, in Nagini's view, Blake deliberately wants to stay in others' arms longer. Generosity? What generosity? You mean I'm enthusiastic, right? Ha, I've always been enthusiastic. Come on, everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Professor Huang Buling brought Blake to the audience. The so-called venue is actually the square in the center of this abandoned park, which is about half the size of a football field. There are fallen leaves all over the floor, and you can't even tell the material of the floor. The environment looks so abandoned. However, now the place is full of people. People were still chatting buzzingly, but after seeing Professor Babbling dragging Blake in, people's discussions gradually subsided. Squibs are still different from muggles. They also read wizarding newspapers such as the Daily Prophet. Therefore, they quickly recognized that this was Blake Green, who is now famous in the world. As Blake walked over, applause suddenly sounded from all directions. Blake saw deep expectations and hope in the eyes of these people, as well as a hint of joy at surviving a desperate situation. If what Filch said is true, if the ancient runes are as magical as Blake said, then these people who are at the bottom of society will be saved. After mastering the ability to cast spells, they no longer have to worry about being kicked out of the magic world. These squibs all come from wizarding families and have grown up in the magical world since childhood. With wizards' understanding of the Muggle world, don't expect them to be able to tell these squib children what the Muggle world is really like. This will make them leave the magical world with a blind eye and go to the Muggle world to live a 567 life, and they will really not be able to adapt. In the end, it is just from the bottom of one society to the bottom of another society. The tragic fate has not changed at all. Except for the squibs who come from mixed-race families and understand the Muggle world, only a very small number of people can re-enter the completely unfamiliar Muggle world. Blake noticed that Filch was holding his cat, standing on the stage, looking at him humbly. He waved to Blake and motioned for Blake to step onto the stage. Blake didn't waste much time and arrived in Taiwan and Japan amidst warm applause. Najib followed him silently. Because of Blake's previous impressive achievements, these people didn't have the slightest doubt about him. Blake raised his hands and pressed them down slightly, and people's applause gradually subsided. He did not use any magic, but relied on his own voice to start speaking. Dear friends, I think most of you know who I am. You also know why I am here. There is no doubt that the current wizarding world's definition of relationships between people is too crude and cruel. You both come from the wizarding world, and you also have magic power. Just because you don't have the ability to use a wand to cast spells, does it prove that you don't belong to the wizarding world? Should you be moved to a completely unfamiliar muggle world? When Blake said this, the squibs below were all a little sad. No one was willing to leave their hometown. However, if they stayed, they would have to endure the pain of not being able to use magic and the ridicule of others. If they left, they would have to endure a new environment that is difficult to adapt to. I don't think so, Blake emphasized. I still think that you are just like us wizards. You are the same special souls who were born and chosen, because you also have magic power in your body. The Muggle expelling curse can expel Muggles, and when I first came in, my good partner used a large Muggle expelling curse on this place. But you are still here. None of you have left because of this spell. This is enough to prove that you are still a member of the wizarding world. You are not Muggles, but wizards like us. Hearing this, the squib's eyes immediately lit up. Are we really wizards too? Blake continued. They arbitrarily believe that you can't use magic, so you are no different from Muggles. I think this is their short-sighted understanding. Who stipulates that you must use wands and spells to cast spells? All I can say is that the wand and spell casting method is just a mainstream method that is suitable for most wizards. And for you special wizards, you just lack a way to use your power correctly. And I am here today to find you a wand that suits you. Hearing this, the squib's breathing became rough. After seeing the magic of magic, who would be willing to be a Muggle who cannot use magic? Maybe you don't believe what I say now, so I have to let you try it for yourself. Charlie, can you come up? Blake called up the squib who was wearing police uniform. Charlie walked onto the stage hesitantly, his young face nervous and covered with sweat. Come on. I will teach you how to cast spells in this new way now. Blake waved his hand, and a flat stone platform rose up on the ground. Charlie, do you have any paper on you? Blake asked with a smile. Charlie quickly dug into his pockets and took out a sticky notepad from his coat pocket. He asked hesitantly, Is this okay? Of course. Blake happily took the notebook, then tore off a sticky note on it and stuck it on the stone table. Professor Babbling was a little surprised. She knew that Blake wanted Charlie to write the ancient runes by hand and then trigger the magic of the ancient runes, but Blake had told him before that this kind of spellcasting required special paper and ink. So now Blake just grabs a sticky note. Is this really going to work? However, out of trust in Blake, Professor Babbling did not say anything in the end. At this time, Blake asked again, Charlie, do you have it? Charlie nodded, took out a ballpoint pen from his pocket and handed it over. No, hold the pen yourself, Blake said, holding the wand and drawing in the air. Every stroke of Blake's wand leaves several glowing traces in the air. After a while, a special symbol appeared in the air. Professor Babbling frowned slightly because she discovered that this ancient rune was a bit special, and even she couldn't recognize it. It looks a bit like the ancient rune that represents fire, but many details are different. Here, take your pen and draw this symbol on your sticky note. It doesn't need to be very beautiful, as long as the shape is similar, but remember, you have to concentrate. Well, you won't. Just focus on the tip of the pen when writing. Okay. Charlie wiped the sweat from his face, then took a pen and carefully copied the rune in the air onto a sticky note. It can be seen that he has tried his best to make this rune look more beautiful. Thanks to this, his concentration was much higher than usual. Okay, Charlie checked the symbol he just copied on the sticky note, and then said, Well, okay, I want to ask, how did you feel when you wrote this symbol? Feeling? Nothing. No, I feel my fingers are a little warm, and then the pen is firing. Charlie looked at the hand holding the pen in confusion. When he was writing just now, he did feel that the pen in his right hand was slightly hot. He thought it was because he was too nervous and too hot, but now that he thought about it, something was wrong, because now the pen is still in his hand, but it has returned to its original temperature. The slightly hot feeling just now is gone. That's right, this is your magic responding to you, Charlie. Blake smiled. Really? But Okay, now is the time to witness the miracle. Click the top of this symbol with your finger. By the way, after clicking, let go immediately. Okay, Charlie obeyed and quickly tapped the top of the die, a rune he wrote on the sticky note with his right index finger. The next second, just as he retracted his hand, the long post-it note spontaneously ignited. This. Charlie was so surprised that he couldn't speak smoothly. The meaning of this ancient rune is fire, and you used your own magic power to awaken the magic power that this ancient rune should have. In other words, you used a magic trick that made this post-it note catch fire. Blake explained, Is this true? Did I really use magic? But when Mr. Filch demonstrated it to us, I also tried it secretly according to his method, but it didn't work. That's because what he learned from me is an old version of the method, which requires special paper and ink. In order to store your magic power and this ancient rune, I changed it again, even if it is ordinary paper. The pen and pen can also be triggered normally. In this way, if you use this method to cast spells, it will not be like burning money, and it will be much more convenient than before. Before Blake could finish speaking, Professor Babbling rushed up. She hugged Blake's arm and asked with surprise on her face, You transformed the ancient runes again? Are there any other runes? Don't be impatient, Professor Babbling. Blake reluctantly pulled his hand out of her soft arms and then took out a black box from his pocket. What is in this box is the ancient runes that I have sorted out and improved to make it easier to cast spells. There are also all the combinations of ancient runes that I have discovered. Professor Babbling opened the box and found a series of thick black notebooks inside. When did you improve so much? Professor Babbling was dumbfounded. You said you had studied so many improved ancient runes for more than 10 years, and she believed it. Ancient runes are inextricably related to alchemy. When I was studying the props, I recorded the results of the experiments. Unknowingly, I saved so much. Can you show me? Babbling looked at Blake with pleading eyes. Of course, you can learn whatever you want, but after you learn it, you have to help me with one thing, that is, ask me to teach them the ancient runes of this nature. It's a deal. Professor Babbling immediately closed the box quickly, fearing that Blake would regret it. Blake looked at the squibs in the audience who were eager to try. Okay, this rune is still here. In order to prevent you from saying that I cheated in a small way, you can take your own paper and pen, use the method I taught Charlie just now, copy this rune, and then do the experiment. Upon hearing Blake's words, the squibs immediately took action. Some people brought pen and paper and started experimenting directly, but there was a man who didn't bring pen and paper and couldn't borrow pen and paper, so he started experimenting directly. He ripped off a piece of cloth from his clothes, bit his finger, and wrote on the cloth with blood. It can only be said that no one desires the favor of magic more than this group. It didn't take long for someone to succeed, and that person completely used his own pen and paper. In other words, it wasn't that Blake was cheating to trick them, but that they could really use this way, using magic. Soon, as more and more people succeeded, the squibs looked at Blake even more enthusiastically than before. Hula! The man who wrote the runes with his own blood also succeeded, and the fire instantly ignited the piece of cloth in his hand. But he still stared blankly at the flames. Even when the flames burned his hands, he didn't react. At this time, a person next to him reminded him, and he exclaimed and dropped the piece of cloth in his hand. However, even though his hand was burned, he still didn't show any pain, and instead laughed. Then the laughter gradually disappeared, followed by soft sobs and murmurs. Mom, did you see? I can use magic. I'm not waste to peer. People around him watched him crying and laughing silently, and their hearts were all of sympathy. Which of the squibs who came here today didn't have the same experience? When they saw Filch demonstrating this method of casting spells using ancient runes, they still half believed it. Doubtful. It was just the last glimmer of hope that brought them here. But now, when they used magic with their own hands, they were convinced that they really saw hope. Friends, as Blake spoke again, the scene that was noisy just now fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at Blake with eyes filled with enthusiasm. I just want to say that, like magic wand casting, This ancient rune casting method also requires hard study and practice. However, others memorize magic spells, but it's just a memorization of ancient runes. By the way, Professor Bobbling will take my place and teach you the rest of the ancient runes and effective combinations. In the end, the effect of your learning 1.6 depends on you. Own level of effort. Professor Babbling was still looking at the notes in the suitcase intoxicatedly. Suddenly she heard Blake mentioning herself. She quickly closed the notes and said with a smile, "Yes, I will start from the most basic ancient to you. The runes begin to teach you. I want to say, don't rush. Just like a little wizard learning a spell, we also need to take it step by step." Bobbling took out a card and threw it on a dead branch nearby. The next second, the card instantly lit up with a green light, and the light enveloped the dead branch. Just for a moment, the dead branch quickly grew taller and even sprouted green buds. You see, as long as you master enough ancient runes, you can freely combine magic that can provide various effects. For example, what is written on this card is growth, an ancient rune combination for life force. This is a completely new way of casting spells that is completely free from wands and spells. Professor Bobbling's demonstration directly gave these squibs another shot in the arm. As long as they learn it well, they can cast spells like this at will. Even if they have to write ancient runes, the casting speed may be slower, but for the situation where they could not cast spells at all before Forgro. For me, being able to cast spells is already the best result. Besides, they just need to prepare the cards in advance. Just like Professor Babbling, she throws the cards and casts spells equally well. Filch just now came over and said humbly, "Mr. Green, we have discussed it before. I want to recommend you to be the president of our Magic Text Association. I don't know, do you agree?" "Of course, why not?" Blake agreed with a smile. In addition to providing him with high-quality treasure chests, these squibs will also be a powerful help to him in the future. Of course, that will only be after they fully master these ancient treasure chests. After the runes, perhaps it will take some years.